Morning, SJ.
Morning, morning. Good to be home. Weathering the storms. 13 months. Let's go, bud. Morning, morning, morning.
Mass attack starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
This is what we're doing, huh? This is what we're doing. Get it in. A few more seconds. Welcome home.
Buenos dias. Guten Morgen. Good morning, SJ.
Fabicho, let's go, bud. 21. Damn. Some size coming in there. Look at Reddit? Yeah, I'll take a look at it. You're on a pretty big support level here. 143, basically. I would expect a bounce. Spend a lot of time here. It's not a bad chart to have up. In fact, I'm going to put it up. Spanish and trans. This is the first Super Bowl that I didn't even care to watch. I didn't even know there was a Super Bowl going on till yesterday. And I was like, I have no interest in this. And I thought I would. I was like, Seahawks Patriots rematch. Yeah. Nope. Didn't watch a single minute of it. I just hate the game that it's become. It's a shell of what the game used to be. So I didn't even watch the Super Bowl, much less the halftime show. Not that I don't even know a Bad Bunny song if it hit me in the face. I don't listen to music. If there's any artist that's popular, I wouldn't know him. Pats got smoked. It is nice to see the Seahawks get their game that they probably deserved before had the worst coaching decision ever was made. You'll have the most tenacious running back in the league. And you're on the 3-yard line. And you decide to throw it. What? NVIDIA is going to juice today with that CapEx raise. That what's they're called dead. I think it's funny. I think it's very ironic that, like, for instance, the kickoff. I just cannot stand the kickoffs now in football. It is just so stupid, beyond dumb. And they did it because people, they're trying to limit head injuries, right? Well, the exact thing that they took out of the game, the kickoff, is what that freaking new sport is all about. Literally 2 dudes lining up 20 yards away from each other and just running full speed into each other, trying to knock each other out. What sport is it? I don't know what they call it. It's a lot of Hawaiian guys doing it. I don't know if it's based out of Hawaii or not, or if that's just, I don't know. Maybe that's the famous guys that I keep seeing. Were they rugby? That makes sense then too. Reddit still chooching. Was there any blown calls during the game? Like the referees introduced themselves into the game? Or was it pretty much didn't matter because Seahawks were just kicking the shit out of the Pats? Oh, that's good. No controversy then. I turned it on at one point. It was 12-0. I was like, oh, this is exciting. Vinny with the juice. No, chill. What's SMX doing today? I saw that had a bit of a moment. Nothing, of course. It freaking runs like crazy on the day that I'm traveling. MACD down. I really shouldn't be watching this. Switch to something else here.
Yo.
What up? Cosmo, let's go, bud. 33 months. Bounce, baby. No. Oh, that's not a good fill. Oh, that's not a good fill. Come on, buyers. Elliott, right? When it gets over 192, smackdown. All right. Small win on it. Let's check out the ETF Meta viewer fund and retirement fund. Add a label. I think we bought the Qs, right? There it is. Got a lot to catch up on this week. ASTS, nice call, Nick. Really nice. Flipped over just in time to see the freaking juice. Yeah. Cadrock, not. I mean, and if you're in the low float world, the thing that's got the crazy volume this morning is UOKA. This ASTS had a very nice setup that Nick called out. PayPal's looking decent this morning. I really haven't, come to a watch list of fully happy with, but we're working on it. PayPal first daily cock happening after that dump. Might be worth playing today. Worst poop. NVIDIA 5-minute is building out. It's 5-minute on NVIDIA. NVIDIA has not moved like at all with all this. All these companies saying they're going to increase their capex like by double. I feel like NVIDIA is going to have an absolute juicer of a move soon. Maybe this is the start of it. I don't know. We're into resistance here, but I mean, there's only a couple places all this money's going. Get long. We got it in the ETF Meta. I think it's actually one of the bigger positions we got. Where is it? Yeah, we got 3 shares of this sucker. Almost $600. And we're green on it. Let's go. NVIDIA 5-minute cock and drop. You don't care about that? Fair enough. Gotta clean up this watch list here. It's probably way old. Yeah. This PAVM setting up a bit of a wedge. Yeah. Just call it price compression. It's not clean, but it's there. At least local highs. I wish it would have made a cuck anywhere in here, but it didn't. Jeez. Intel going for the juice. Didn't y'all love the headlines that came out last night? What was it, Goldman? Or was it JP Morgan? I can't remember. Saying the sell-off isn't done yet. Well, we know what side of the coin they're on. It was Goldman. I want 10K shares for you to start a house bill number 2. Listen. I want nothing more to build another house. But that ain't happening off of the ETF Meta right now. It's a long game we're playing on that. The ETF Meta has increased its value about $1,000 a month. That's good. It's good. That's good. And soon that's going to compound. And it's going to be juicy. Look, I am Yafada 24. That's the 2-year mark, my man. Look, speaking of a man that has made the ETF Meta viewer fund a retirement fund that has me retiring the year 3184. That's the GME devil right there. How we looking today, Luke? Yeah, about GME. But it's coming. It's coming, Luke. Speaking of the ETF Meta, viewer fund over time, we need fresh blood in here. We got some juicers. I don't know why CGC shows is minus. We don't have a $19 cost basis on this thing. Like, what the hell, E-turd? VMAR on the chopping block today. We'll see if that can recover. But a lot of just slow and go here. Even GME's warrants are up there. MU, 34%. Who wants to take a shot? All it takes is $5 minimum. You pick a stock. If it hits 100%, you're part of the elite group with their own chat room in Discord and a title. And the ladies may love you more. Can I say? Sajai, for long-term plays, you have a % down. You just cut to lose. No. Well, okay, so what are we talking about here? Are you talking about like my swing account? Like this? Or are we talking like stuff I'm holding for 10 years plus? Feed picks? Oh yeah, there's feed picks included. Listen, I'm gonna give you a little peek at what goes on in the ETF meter real quick. Just a or 100% club. I'm sorry. Just a peek, okay? Just a peek. This is just a peek. By the way, those are hamburger buns, Twitch. That's all you get. I guess more swing stuff. All right, so for swings, I kind of have the view of if it doesn't do what I thought it'd do, I got to cut it and move on. So like with UMAC, I can't even remember the trade idea here, and it's not going to plan. So I do plan on kind of cutting this. It is a high risk play, and I got destroyed on it because the market absolutely crapped out as soon as I went long on this thing. So this is not doing what I thought it would do. It is bouncing kind of where I was hoping it would bounce. Thank God. But we are approaching the 9 EMA on the wrong side of that. So I am looking to exit that now. Cut my loss on it. $1,000 is not going to kill me, and move on. You just have to have a game plan. With Meta, this is still playing out. I bought the gap fill. However, we had the market absolutely shit itself. So on the first bump up, I'll probably be looking to sell. But I still feel kind of strong about this one. This was a pretty big move up that people profit took, and I think you're going to get a curl. So I don't feel bad about this one yet. It hasn't done what I did. It hasn't not done what I thought it would do yet. But as far as like percent pullbacks, like I don't like to take a full size position right off the bat, because I want to be able, I'm buying into, weakness, usually I want to be able to give myself the ability to buy if it goes lower. So after I get a full position, maybe 10 to 20% is my stop loss, because it's usually at a level that I think is going to hold. No more than 20, unless I'm willing to add. UMAC tested my patience pretty good on that. It hit 20%, I think. And it also kind of depends, how much of my portfolio is it. Like UMAC is like a third of my portfolio right now, which I don't like. So it's kind of what goes into it. Yeah, if kind of go off what Nick said, if it's my long-term account, like for instance, I have stuff that's not in E-Trade that you guys just don't see. It's over in JP Morgan. But like I would consider the stuff in like the ETF Meta that we have, that that we have under this. Hang on. There's a headline here. The Rogovian is false or misleading. Interesting. Like the stuff in here, it is all thesis based, like Nick was saying. Like for me right now, I think I look at things in 10 years time spans for the long term stuff that I don't want to even look at. I don't even care about. For me, it's AI tech, right? I think that is going to be the story for 10 years. If you were in the year 2000, it was the internet. and I'd be placing my investments with that in mind, and I wouldn't care what it does at all, ever. If it went lower, I would buy more because I'm looking at a 10-year span and I want to buy in increments, especially if anything goes lower. Now, I'm not like talking bubble internet where, anything that said it had a website went up 1,000%. I'm talking about like quality companies. With the AI stuff, you're talking about the NVIDIAs, the Googles, the data center stuff, the memory stuff. Although that's already kind of played out. But a 10-year horizon, I really don't care what it does day to day. And if I look at it at any point, I'm like, oh, that's a buying opportunity. I might buy the dip, but I'm not really looking to sell. Crypto stuff, I don't put crypto. Crypto doesn't have a use case yet. It's very speculative. It's not a tried and true hedge of anything. It doesn't have a use case. It's speculation. It potentially could have a use case, and when I mean like transfer of money is huge and quick. Definitely beats the current system. And there is a way that, crypto will probably eventually take over most of the transactions that go on digitally. But because it's so speculative, some of that is priced in already. I mean, you're talking about gigantic moves. And I don't know what chain is going to overtake that responsibility in the financial world. So, I don't invest in crypto. I will trade that, but I don't invest as in put it in a portfolio and not look at it. Thanks, already doing their own blockchain stuff. Eventually, though, you'd think it's got to become like streamlined. Sugar Rush, let's go 55 months, my man. NVIDIA 5-minute W looking really nice here. 26 and 38 just broke.
Yup, what up?
Gotta get that MACD to flip. Stamina 31, let's go, buddy. By the way, I am trying something out today. We have a Tangia. If you guys go in the About section on Twitch, there's a Tangia section. I have no idea how it works. I hope it works. I hope it set it up right. And I don't know if I'm going to keep it because I feel like it's going to be nuts. So we'll see. I wanted to get Tangia because they have the AI picture drawing stuff, but they also have like a ton of other things. I was like, oh, well, let's just turn it on for funsies. What are you trying to do? Money generate image, biggest scam on Twitch? Money generation images? Is that what you call it? If I can get $1, I'll get $1. I ain't ashamed of. Listen, you guys make AI shit of me anyway. Might as well cash in on my likeness being used. How much did pick cost? I don't know. I don't know what I set things at or what it's set at. Frankie Venegas, Island Boys arrested in Naples on firearm and drug charge. Oh boy. This NBO is getting smacked. Any thoughts on Hims? Well, the whole reason why they were up is because of selling weight loss shit. You take that away, like, what do you have? Oh, well, I take that back. A big part of the thing was the weight loss side of things. You take that away, you have what? What do they have? Like hair growth, and I don't know what Hims and Hers does. But I just know that a big part of it was weight loss. Mexican dick pills. PayPal W. MACD's down. ASST is just juicing. This UMAC doesn't have a lot of volume, and I'm watching it because I'm in it, but it does have a bit of a wedge here, a little price compression. You don't see the tangent? Okay. Then it's me. I thought it was down there. I'll look here in a second. It's supposed to be there. Yep. Totally not there. Okay. Let's see if that fixed it. Yep, there it is. Oh, God. All right. I'm going to try something here. Now that Tangia is up, I'm going to hit this fire sale button. I'm going to do 80% off. Just to try it out. So get your little ones that you want to load up on. I don't know what any of them cost, but we're going to do an 80% fire sale just to kickstart this thing, just to try it out. Steam. $24-hour global discount? No, we ain't doing no 24 hours of this shit. Let's do it. 80% off. Let's freaking. You don't see it? Refresh your stream. It should be should look like this. There's the stream. Scroll down. It should be right here. Send this window. You can scroll. Oh God. Why is there a big black box over my face? What is this? There we go. Did it work? Redacted this shit. Do you think PFE has a good dividend? I actually don't know what PFE's dividend is. Speaking of, though, seem to be breaking some ground. $0.45. So why positive catalyst on social media? Am I gonna get dicked on this? Spread's not. Oh yeah, definitely dicked. Definitely dicked.
Ask me about my winner.
Oh my gosh. It's adorable. Thank you for that one. taking the L on that one. Could have been way worse. UOKA coming up. $297 maybe gets this thing going. Thanks for getting you. Zazie. Hello. That's interesting. Reddit interesting down here.
You smell that? What is that?
Pizza gifting out one to the community. Let's go, bud.
No,
How you doing, Pizza Wrangler?
no, money. Okay. I smell money. Okay.
Thank you, my man. I appreciate that. ALPD. ALDP. ALDP. APLD. Assume that's what you mean. It's one I'm watching. It just hasn't given me like a setup that I was wanting to take. It's kind of been an ugly trader. It's 1006. Is it really? It didn't give me the level. Holy shit balls, dude. Pizza, did you see that one dude on what's her name? Gingerbread Beauty's stream? He's given like, what did I say it was? It was some ungodly number. I gotta find it. I'm thinking to myself, we need some of those peeps here. I mean, all it takes is one, right? How many nipples does it take to grab one of those whales? I thought I had good gifters. We're not even scratching the bottom of the bucket here, boys. We're nothing. It was 140,000. What did that get him? I don't know. A smile, a giggle. Listen, that guy donates here. He gets nipples. All right. He gets nipples. More Stakita. Is that what it is? I need more Stakita. COVID gifters? That fell at 39.
Ask me about my wiener.
Gonna regret that thing. I'm gonna regret that thing. Have Melissa start doing the ticker call outs. It was like 140,000. She hasn't even been streaming that long. So even saying it was 2 years, right? 140 grand from one dude. And she's got like 2 of them like that. Dang, is this right? Is this a real headline from The Verge? Discord will require a face scan or ID for full access next month. Damn, they are cracking down on the scammers big time. It's real. And it's dead. Oh, God. How do we do that? No one tell him. Don't tell Pope. Corn. I mean, good God, are we 5 years old here? I appreciate it, but you're trying too hard. It's too obvious. Did anyone see the one? Is that for real? Selling WoW gold to launder money? It sounds like you would need a lot of sales for that. What was that? It's just throwing freaking sandals at me, Shiza. See you. Amazon, I saw over the weekend, someone posted Amazon is at its cheapest forward PE, I think it was, ever. So it's like, how do we not buy some of this, right? Although I don't have any funds in the ETF me to do so. This sounds like a no-brainer, honestly. PRLS.
Was that a fart? I can taste it on my tongue. Is that onion? Onion and ketchup.
You're still here. It's over. Go home.
Be afraid you should not. I'll take care of you. I will.
Oh, God. Oh, for crying out loud. That's Yoda!
Can't see. Yoda can't see. Oh no!
Mother of God. Notice me. PayPal. Trying to break out here.
I wonder if he noticed the new fire sale interactions. Bro Yoda going to eat a banana so hard on SJ's stream.
It sounded so gay. What? That sounds so gay. TTEK kind of getting some juice here. I don't know what's up with that. Blue Origin partnership circulation. So, right? God, it gives you so many options. All right. UOKA, very, very tight. 285 watching it. This is just a little fire sale we're doing, and there's the drop. A little fire sale on Tangia just to try it out, make everything cheap for one day. Because I don't know what any of it does. Whatever. PRLS. There's the drop. PRLS. What you doing here? Thank you. Thank you. There we go. LIMN hitting the scanners. Okay. Am I watching Olympic hockey? I plan on doing it. I actually didn't even know the Olympics started already. So I haven't watched any of it yet. But yeah. Has the men's hockey started? I don't think so, right? I think it's just women's. Okay. Starts on the 12th. All right. Feed your wood stuff. How often do you have to fill it? NVIDIA's setting up, it looks like. This bottom break should have been the buy. I wasn't paying attention. streamer guy. Can I show you how to buy? For you to Pope anything. They're on fire sale right now, just FYI. So you go to the stream, right? And you scroll down. They're right here. You can sort by categories. Like the creative ones are fun. This is where you do like the AI stuff. They do have a jump scare category. An entire section dedicated to trolling. Okay. So there it is. Do you think I should buy the MDJM dip right now? Kind of new to trading. So Aubrey, let's take a look at it. So first and foremost, MDJM isn't a ticker. Is that something that I said that is sexual? Is that like the huge anus? MDJM? No, that's nothing. Anything. That's nothing. Okay.
Ask me about my winner.
Anyway, if it was a serious question, I'm not a financial advisor, so I cannot tell you what to do or not do with your money. I can tell you what I would do. What was the ticker, Aubrey? By the way, I'm going to mute Discord. We're going to talk about my vacation. If you didn't know or didn't figure it out, I went to Tampa on my vacation. I went down there to go to the Stadium Series game, and it was a blast watching them come back and beat Boston Bruins, who I can't stand. While I was down there, I finally got to go to Disney Hollywood Studios to go to the Star Wars land thing, Batu, they call it. I bought a ton of shit. Did you go to the Riverwalk? No, I don't even know what that is. I did go to multiple Lightning games. How many did I go to? I think I went to 4 Lightning games total. Three. I watched the well, here, I'll just show you what I watched. Because Cheese and Luke probably need a little refresher of the game. Just just for science. This is the game I was at. I don't know if you noticed the score was 4-0 at this time. Continuing
to control by Mikkola. And so finally it's cleared. And Mikkola dumps Hagel.
Just wondering, like, what's going on.
Takes a penalty. And Hagel had words for Mikkola as he headed over to the bench. Vasilevsky heads to his bench. The extra attacker is on. It will be a power play, and now on the near side, Kachuk has words for Kucherov as well.
Notice what Kucherov's doing, right? Literally standing still. This is what he does during this entire altercation you're about to watch. This is important because he gets a 10-minute misconduct for standing still. These refs are clueless. This is round 2 right here.
Forsling and Moser. They're throwing punches as well, but the gloves stay on. Bout A is Hagel and Kachuk. And now Forsling and Moser, and now it's officially a fight.
Moser gets his ass kicked here. Look at that, right in the ribs.
And they have to be separated.
There's going to be a whole lot of game misconducts coming out of this. Garrett Rank is the official. He's on his own. And he's trying to separate Moser and Forsling. Hagel's trying to wave the crowd out.
2 hours later.
Shut up.
Way behind the play. When Mikula knocked over Kucherov, then Kachuk came from the backside and knocked over Kucherov again. And that's when Hagel jumped in and started giving it to Kachuk.
Watch this, all right? So the initial penalty happens right here. Kucherov just gets ass blasted from behind. That's the initial penalty, okay?
So Mikula's already knocked
This is how dirty the Florida Panthers are.
over Kachuk, or knocked over
Watch. All right, look where Kachuk is. Kucherov just coming over here. Just watch what happens to Kucherov. This should have been game suspension. This is dirty beyond dirty.
way back behind.
Boom.
There's only one way that, or one reason he took the route he did, and that was to run in.
And that's what started the shit.
Here come the penalties with Garrett Rank.
Notice what Kucherov does now. Stands here. He stands here the entire time. They
And number 19, both guys have 2 minutes for interference.
They gave Kucherov a 10-minute misconduct
23, number 9
for getting ass blasted.
have a 10-minute misconduct, and Florida number 42 has a 5 minutes for fighting and a game misconduct for the secondary altercation, and number 19 has 5 minutes for fighting and a game misconduct. Sorry, no game misconduct to number 19. Tampa penalties, number 90, 5 in a game for fighting. Number 38 has 5 minutes for
86 is Kucherov.
and number 86, 37, and 59 have a 10-minute misconduct.
Why did they give Kucherov a 10-minute misconduct? They literally put our entire first line on a 10-minute misconduct right there. 10-minute misconduct.
Tampa Bay will have a 2-minute power plays.
So after they announced this, it took another 12 minutes of them hammering this out in the box because they didn't get it right at all. In fact, they were about to line up to drop the puck 12 minutes later, and they're like, oh no, you're in the box. They pointed to Gensel. They had to send him in the box, and he thought he was going to be out there. He's like, what? Clueless. These refs were clueless. Fighting in hockey needs to go? Hell no. Get out of here. They should have reviewed and corrected. They should have. I mean, Kucherov got destroyed twice. They didn't even show the first one. The first one was similar, but not as egregious. God, I gave him a 10-minute misconduct. I lost my voice is sore from yelling at that game. What do you think of coin bounce in this daily ale? Can you take a look, please? So coin's just crypto related. Crypto is just in the dumps. Crypto, I don't think is done dumping. You're getting a bounce in crypto right now, but 70K is probably it for Bitcoin. And then coin probably takes a turn down with it. Just my thoughts. There's a lot of stocks juicing right now, but none of them are really things I've been watching. Thank you, Salty. $74. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not jumping. I'm not, chomping at the bit to get into crypto. That's a pretty nasty pullback, and that's what crypto typically does for, like a year. So it's really got to put in a bottom on a lot of levels for me to. I'll trade it if it looks like a bounce. Like, if I wasn't traveling Friday, I probably wouldn't looking at a bounce around 60K. Real talk, who bet for a streaker into Super Bowl and cashed? That's one of the easiest ones, man. Like you could just bet your life savings on and then jump on that. You just pay for front row seat. What do those things cost? Probably $10,000. You can make that up. Am I muted? I am Salty. We were talking about stuff that's not stock related. So this week we got a lot going on this week. We got to celebrate the 100% Club guys that hit over the last 2 weeks. We got to check in on the ETF Meta Fantasy Pick'ems here in just a second. And we also are beginning the search for a new broker. Not excited about that at all. But here we are. What's the competition on the bottom? That's the ETF Meta Fantasy Pick'ems. If you type !ring in chat, this is basically a competition for. I need to make that a little shorter so it doesn't cut off chat. There we go. It's the competition for the ring. Now we think of it like fantasy football, but for stocks. And these guys are playing for $200 and a $750 ring. That's what they're playing for. What broker am I considering? So I have some things I'm wanting out of a broker. I want TradingView charts. I want intuitive design, good customization, good L2. That's the base, right? TradingView charts isn't necessary, but that's a plus. And from there, like, can I have a debit card attached to the account? That would be huge. Nitpicky things like that, but I'm going to look at the paid brokers and TradeZero to start. So, what is that? Like Cobra, Lightspeed. Is Guardian paid? I think so. Nothing that uses DOS. There's a really fickle thing that I don't like about DOS is, for instance, see how the font colors are all black here on the L2? Depending on the background color of, like, for instance, this red. On DOS, it changes the text white. And that gets kind of hard for me to see when the text color is constantly changing from black to white, black to white, black to white. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Whoever thought that was a good idea is just beyond dumb. To watch my language there. Like, what the hell? So, and you can't change it. So I don't like that. So I'm not interested in DOS. Mainly because of that right there. If you could change it, then okay, but you can't. I asked, you can't change it. So I'll check out the paid brokers and then trade zero. And if none of that works, I don't know what's next. So we'll see. When my sub expired just ran out. If you want to get squared up on your on our trade real quick. What are we talking about here, Zach? This freaking guy. Guardian Centerpoint doesn't have anything but DOS, Cosmo? I thought they each had their own. Can you really not, Guac? Can you really not? Sterling. What about Cobra? What does Cobra use? I've heard Cobra is good. Cobra. Cobra trading. They use DOS too? DOS. And they use Sterling. Oh, it's crying out loud. How bad is Sterling? That is not true, Zach. And that defenseman got you some nice points. You just missed the playoffs, Zach, because you didn't set your roster for 3 days the first week we made that trade. I was like begging you, set your roster, multiple days in a row. You would have won that week, by the way. And you've been tearing it up ever since. Always too little, too late, Zach. It's the story of your life. Some of them offer it to Kaon. I don't know what that is. That is not accurate at all. I have DMs. I have proof. Shut your pie hole. Cosmo, what the? How did you do that, Cosmo? They literally told me you couldn't do that. Oh, see, look, Cosmo. You're blue. This is what I'm talking about. The blue here is white. And these are white. It just gets it's hard to look at, for me anyway. The top is fine, but like, it's just annoying that you can't change the font color. Kool-Aid Man. I don't know. Maybe I have to look at DOS again. We'll see. I'm not itching to get back to DOS. Yeah. I'll have to look at it again then. Old school Kool-Aid man. Zach, I don't want to hear it. The whole point of the Hedman trade is that you make the playoffs. You get Bratt in return. You make the playoffs, and you got a deal. I can't help it if you refuse to set your lineup. That's on you. I feel no shame. So, XHLD, let me look real quick. XHLD. Actually, yeah, that does look pretty good. I don't know if this is a cock here. It's not a cock, so it doesn't look as good. There's no like local high for it to break. Maybe just a 310 flat top gets you a pop. I don't know if it's going to go, but it does look decent. So the 144 rule on IBKR, I talked about it last week, but I'd be happy to mention again. IBKR, I was actually looking at it for real, and I really kind of like the platform. And then I was watching Ross Cameron's video on it. He mentioned Rule 144. I was like, what the hell is that? So talking about IBKR and Rule 144. So he said IBKR enforces Rule 144 differently than any other broker out there. So what Rule 144 is it states that if you're an affiliate of a stock, I don't know what that term means. I assume in some way you are a promoter of a stock, or you get funds for talking about a stock, or stock talking about a stock, whatever. Some sort of affiliate. And none of us are affiliate for a stock, right? But IBKR assumes what? Let me back up. So Rule 144 states, let me just pull it up so you can see it real quick, so I'm not misquoting it. I'll just read it off of Google AI. IBKR Rule 144 refers to how Interactive Brokers enforces SEC Rule 144, which governs the public resale of restricted, privately bought, and control insider securities by requiring holding periods, public information, and volume limits, preventing market flooding and insider trading. With IBKR ensuring trades comply by potentially restricting small cap or illiquid stocks, IBKR as a broker acts as a gatekeeper, ensuring that sellers of these shares meet conditions like holding the stock for a minimum time, 6 to 12 months, and filing necessary forms, Form 144, the SEC before selling in the market. Okay, well, that doesn't really tell us. So it has to do with more of affiliate stuff. And what the limitation is I think, if I'm recalling it correctly, during a 4-week period, if you're an affiliate, you cannot trade more than 1%, I think it was 1% of the total shares traded. So if a stock is traded 500 shares on average for 4 weeks, you can trade, if you're an affiliate, 5,000 shares per day. That means trade. That doesn't mean you can buy 5,000 and then sell that 5,000. That means that would be 10,000 shares of trading. It means you could buy 2,500 and sell 2,500. Okay. So what happens is IBKR assumes everybody is an affiliate of every stock. This is how they just protect themselves. They're the only broker that does this. So they just assume you are an affiliate, and they put this restriction on every stock on everybody. But they don't tell you what the limits are. So say, for instance, UOKA today, right? No doubt the average volume traded on this thing for 4 weeks is incredibly low. I mean, we're talking maybe 50,000 shares. So you could trade 500 shares, right? And it doesn't tell you what these limits are. So say you bought 500 shares of the stock, and luckily this isn't one that's moving super wildly, but we'll just say it was 5,000 that you could trade. You bought 5,000, right? Boom, you juiced a $4. You go to sell, it won't let you sell because you would break that 1% rule because you're an affiliate, but you're not, but Interactive Broker says you are. So what happens now? How do you get out of your position that you did? Well, you have to go through compliance now, which is not an automated process. This requires human eyes and human hands. And according to Reddit, it can take anywhere from 1 to 2 hours. So you have 5,000 shares of a stock that you meant to hold for about 10 seconds. And now you have to go through compliance. So you prove to them that you are not an affiliate of the stock that you were trading. That they didn't tell you what your limits were on this stock. They allow you to buy it, but they're not allowing you to sell it. This sounds like an absolute nightmare. Not a big deal if you trade large caps, right? Because there's no way you would get close to the 1% per day, whatever rule on those. But, and I don't even know if they enforce it on large caps. It might be just a small cap thing. So yeah. You're stuck in it for 1 to 2 hours. I mean, we've seen these stocks go from $2 to $20, and we're all taking 2 to 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 shares on these things. And in 2 hours, we know.
Luke, your fader asked me, hey, Arby's guy, can you tell me what SEC Rule 144 means? The Book of Arby, Chapter 7, Verse 12. Lo, in the land of financial trade, the divine SEC Rule 144 emerges, proclaiming, to those who hold restricted securities, patience you must possess. Only through time and proper disclosure shall thy stocks be freed unto the market's embrace. Thus, embrace the wisdom of the curly fries and the righteous path of a smokehouse brisket for $7.99. Behold, Arby's is the light.
What was I saying? Okay. The hell. So, yeah, that process can take 1 to 2 hours. You give them the information that you need, that they need from you, and then you wait. And there's no time guarantee. It could take longer. I don't know. I don't know if they get back to you. I don't know what that process looks like. But from what Reddit was saying is 1 to 2 hour nightmare. And, by that time, the price has surely moved on. Probably bad for whoever. Yeah, so IBKR, if I was trading, futures or large caps, not a problem. I really liked the setup. I really liked what I was seeing over there. But that was a deal breaker. That was a deal breaker. NVIDIA is gearing up, man. So, yeah, I've got to look at a bunch of brokers today. You can ask Arby's a question. IBKR has per share fee, correct? I didn't even get what their fee structure was. Honestly, I don't really care what the fee structures are. They're all going to be similar if you go with the paid brokers and free with you go the free brokers. So I'm not too concerned. with the fee structure. I'm just looking for a good platform that I like. And I'm going to go potty real quick, and then we're going to dive into the 100% Club winners and the ETF Meta fantasy pick'ems when I get back.
Lukeam your father asked me, what is the best vegetarian burger? The book of Arby, chapter 5, verse 9. Lo, in this world of flesh and bounty, Arby's unveils the holy avocado and veggie delight. Behold, a symphony of garden's best, crisp lettuce, ripe tomatoes, and the sacred avocado, all embraced by the warmth of a toasted bun. It is the vegetarian salvation in a land of meats. Embrace this path, for the power of indulgence lies within the majestic avocado and veggie delight for $6.49. Behold, Arby's calls thee.
seems the Pope has found jump scare category. Scared me, and I didn't even have my headset on. Thank you, Good Banana. Sorry, I'm getting set up. It's time. Muting Discord. I know y'all can see my trash pile. Said something. There, now looks like not a slob. Ladies and gentlemen! Oh, that looks better. Shut up, Winston. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a hot minute. A lot has changed. In the past 2 weeks, while I have been romping around the lands of Florida, those in the ETF Meet 100% Club have been at work. Many cast their lines into the deep waters. The stock market looking for glory, looking for the opportunity to enter into the 100% Club. That wonderful, exquisite, exclusive club. And those in the 100% Club are about to welcome members in with many a meme and many a gif. But alas, I'm getting ahead of myself. For it's time to celebrate those that have entered in over these last 2 weeks. In glorious fashion as usual, the long overdue ceremony. 2 weeks still late. 2 weeks still legendary. Ladies and degenerates, gather round. For 2 long weeks, the bells rang in silence, candles ripped, doubles printed, and the spreadsheet waited patiently, untouched, unloved, unsung. Well, Stock Jock was pretending to relax in the Florida sun, which he never touched. I assure you. The ETF media was hard at work, though. Glory was delayed, but not denied. Tonight, we right that wrong. This is not a normal ceremony. This is a backlog of greatness. A celebration of traders who hit 100% moves and then had to sit on it. Like a secret they were allowed not to tell. Let us begin. There we go. I'd add a Tangi overlay there. Hate to miss something. January 26th, excuse me. Sooty Magician and Anal. And Good Banana with his CHRS. These are the ones who waited. ANL. We know the story there. CHRS. Fire. Incarnate. The ones who waited. While the rest of us were blissfully unaware, Sooty Magician sent ANL clean through the 100% mark, and Good Banana followed suit with CHRS, delivering another textbook double. 2 traders, 2 separate tickers, 2 quiet victories. No hype, no parade, just traders doing the damn thing and politely waiting for their moment in the sun. That patient, that counts. Sooty Magician and Good Banana, congratulations. On January 27th, Liu Kong with NAMM knocked it out of the park. Like an absolute baller that he is. Mr. Overkill, you see. You see, when January 27th came, and when Liu Kong decided that 100% wasn't enough, you see, NAM didn't just double, it ran 111% to where we sold. Because apparently even the laws of the ETF media need a little flex sometimes. This wasn't an accident and wasn't luck. This was Liu Kong doing what Liu Kong does. Finding chaos and extracting profit. Like a seasoned scavenger of volatility. Another entry, another reminder, another, of course it was him. And then on January the 30th, Tim the Legend, Tim Kerwin the Legend, and Pizza Wrangler made their mark. On ELPW. I'll let you take one guess what candlestick that was. Freaking legend, Tim Kerwin. A man. A god. A reoccurring problem for the stock market. ELPW ripped 100% intraday, making Tim's second entry into the club. And of course, it didn't stop there. and went on to double again after hours with his second entry of the same ticker, or his first entry of the same ticker, because Tim Kerwin trades apparently don't respect closing bells. And riding that same wave, Pizza Wrangler. Because if a stock is moving, you bet your last dollar he's already in on it or sprinting towards the buy button to copy someone else. Two traders, same ticker, after hours chaos, absolute degeneracy rewarded. And then you have Big Harry Dingo on February the 3rd with his CATX. He's been holding this one for a hot minute. Rode this one from his entry to the pits of hell and back. Like a phoenix from the ashes, it soared. And we cashed in, locking in fat stacks for the ETF Meta Viewer Fund, a retirement fund that has me retiring the year 3284. Big Harry Dingo, the late Ripper. On February 3rd, while the vacation hangover still lingered, Big Harry Dingo sent CATX straight to 100%. No drama, no gimmicks. Just a clean double to close out the forgotten fortnight. A reminder that even when no one's watching, the ETF Meta still prints, baby. To everyone honored today. You waited, you held, you watched your trades hit 100%, and then you waited some more, and some more, for my ass to get back home so we could celebrate. Rightfully so. But you are deservedly so. And I grant you entry into the 100% club once again. But now the bells ring, the names are carved, and the backlog of glory is finally cleared. Belated but legendary, delayed but undeniable, the 100% Club endures. Welcome, or welcome back, to the halls of the ETF Meta greatness. And now, we will raise your banners. There's a lot to find here. I don't even know Sudi. A Step Mobile? Mr. Beast Industries to buy Gen Z focused banking app? Whoa. Is that a ticker we can play? $100 billion in demand after 100. Georgia, how dare you? I'm gonna raise the banner of this Sudi in Discord. I have no idea who it is. Oops. Now we raise your banners. Sudi the musician. First entry into the 100% Club. I have no idea if this is the right Sudi. We're raising your banner. Sudi, I don't even know if you're watching. I hope this is you. Because whoever this guy is getting entry in until further notice. Sudi the musician. I ignite my new Qui-Gon Jinn lightsaber that I got while I was exploring the lands of Florida in search of my newest relic. Sudi the magician. Rise. The one who waited. Now, a good banana. I don't even know what your nickname was. I assume this is your second time at the very least because you deleted it. I'm not even going to write how many you got because I don't even know because you deleted it. The one who waited. Wait, that wasn't his. Wait, his is not that. Sudi's is not that. Oh yeah, him and Good Banana have the same one because they're the ones who waited. Good Banana, rise and feel the glow of my Qui-Gon Jinn lightsaber. Yeah, he deleted it, so I don't know. I gotta look at the spreadsheet and see how many times he's been in there. Liu Kong. Now at 13x. The overkill. Rise, my friend, after you've touched my Qui-Gon Jinn lightsaber. Rise and enter the halls of glory once again. It's a 13x member. And Tim. I think he's now a 3x after that. I'll have to check how many times Tim has been in there. The after hours. Well. Boom. Tim Kerwin. Touch my Qui-Gon Jinn lightsaber in all its glory and rise and enter the 100% Club once again. Pizza Wrangler. Did it not save? Didn't save. 3x. After hours. Duo. Save. There we go. $15x. After hours. Duo. There we go. Pizza Wrangler. Also, bestow upon you the glory that goes along with the first person in the ETF Meet of Viewer Fund and Retirement Fund. to hit 15 entries into 100% Club and our current king. Big hairy dingo. The late Ripper. You waited for this Qui-Gon Jinn lightsaber to bounce across your shoulders, to enter into these halls once again. Walk them. Valiantly, you've earned it. You've waited. We did not forget. And now we will enter into the 100% Club. God help me. For what is in there, I do not know. But those in know, and are probably trying to get me banned. Brace yourselves. For whatever is in there, whatever fate we are about to incur, these boys have earned every second of it. And we go. Dear God! All right. Saw that one. Good Lord. Good Lord. Goes on in the 100% Club, stays in the 100% Club. If you too are interested in joining the 100% Club, all it takes is a $5 donation. You pick a stock. If it goes 100%, you're in. Who will take the challenge? Who will meet glory? Or who will be purged like many before them? But we do not celebrate the purge. We only remember it as a testament to the fallen. For those that seek the path that failed, but those souls live on. But we're not here to dwell in the failures, but celebrate the winners. The winners of the 100% ETF Meta. The brothers in arms in this great race of glory. Olympic hockey starts the 12th. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Izzy, what inauguration are you talking about? Thank you, Tim. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to dive into the ETF Meta Fantasy Pick'ems. You hit 100% on vacation? Which one, Izzy? I thought I just went through them all. Which one? Hold the phone. What stock? I thought I got them all. Justice for Izzy. Which one is he? Not organized. It was a little hard to keep up with things while I was on vacation. Not gonna lie. All right, I got you pulled up here, Izzy. Izzy, you have no open positions in the ETF Meta. The last one you got was BGL on the 23rd. But we celebrated that one. What'd you talk about, Izzy? This is you. The last sell you don't have any open positions. The last one we celebrated was 23rd. Calm down. I am calm. your PAVS 2,060%. Jeez. Moving along, I'll find it. Yeah, okay. I think I got them all. You might have missed it when we celebrated it. But I don't have any open positions for you, Izzy. You actually got a pretty damn good hit record here. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Why are these? $200 movers. Purge. Is this a purge? Are they? Oh, you know what? I had labeled it wrong. I was going to say you had 6 entries in the 100% club, but I just clicked the wrong thing. These are purges. Minus 73%. Now they're minus 42 or whatever. But I was going to sing your praises, Izzy, but I feel like I have you as a 2X. Yes, Izzy. I couldn't put it in your nickname on Discord because it was too long. Let me try to finagle something here and maybe get a few characters. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you're a 2X. You're a 2X. I got you as a 2X. Bum, bum, bum. All right. What was I saying now? Oh, yeah. Back to other things. The ETF Meta Fantasy Pick'ems update. Zoom in here a little bit, see what we got going on. First place for today, 3Pedal. Is this your first time taking over first place, 3Pedal? I can't remember. With 35%. Is this day over day? Salt Life has done a lot of changes going on here. Looks phenomenal. Thank you, Salt Life. Is this day over day? Is that what this is? Day over day. Beautiful. And I assume the change is day over day. Beautiful. Okay. So 3Pedal probably was ranked first place on Friday. I wasn't around, so I don't know what it looked like. I know on Thursday, though, it was an absolute bloodbath in the ETF Meta where like one person was green. Jack Me Offer moving up a spot with 17%. Luke Kong moving up 2 spots to 5%. And those are the only ones green in the portfolio. Some sort of Budweiser news. All right. Big Harry Dingo dropping 2 spots with a minus 19% day over day change, bringing his portfolio basically to break even. Salt Life of John losing a spot, minus 4% overall. Igloo TV moving up a spot, plus 10% change. Total portfolio minus 8%. Izzy 0077 cutting his losses in half with a 15% gain in the portfolio day over day. Minus 16, almost minus 17% in the portfolio that's active. Shizza Supreme chipping away at the negative, plus 7% day over day, minus 37% overall. Luke I Am Yafada. Bad day for the portfolio of memesters. Minus 3 in the rank change, minus 25% day over day. That is a whippy portfolio. Minus 40% on the scorecard. Mac 3333 chipping away at those losses, plus 3% day over day, minus 55% in the portfolio. Chicka Bow Wow, big wins stacking up, plus 18%. It's crazy what one day can make. Minus 56% overall. Snow No Flake not much change. Lost a rank, minus 68%. Baby Bear, moving up, moving on up, plus 6%. Day over day, minus 84% in the portfolio. Pete's Wrangler, after a surge, whoa, shit's changing on the fly here. Pizza Wrangler in 14th place, not 17th place, minus 83%. Joystick Report, nice chunk, plus 15% day over day, minus 101% in the portfolio. Different Baits, a big loser, one of the top 3 big losers for the day over day, minus 17%. Different Baits is minus 105% in the portfolio. And Captain Burrito Pants is no longer in 17th place. He moved up. I just need to sort it again. Minus 104% overall. Big Hairy... Oh, let me look at ranked active positions, closed positions. Okay. This will get more interesting as the ETF meta moves on. Big Hairy Dingo. Let's take a look. ZSL, big wins here. Basically, that and COP holding the portfolio break even with dealing with the losses from Bull and MSTR. Jack Me Offer, 17% in the active portfolio. No sells as of yet. Jack Me Offer playing the slow and low game. Just enjoying the green that everything is bringing besides Netflix. 3 Pedal, 35% in the active portfolio. Also playing the long game. RIG, keeping them nice and green with 29%. The only dog is Datadog at minus 9. Lukai Mifata, 14% on Gme. Everything else, we know the history there. The memesters are up, the memesters are down. Today, they're double down. Lu Kong, plus 26% in the active portfolio. Plus 6% overall. That Zeta Cell killing him. He's trying to make it back. Plus 13% on the MU trade. Doing nicely there. Salt Life of John has locked in 2 green trades so far, giving him a closed positions of plus 27%. His active positions being a bit of a dog. Minus 28% on PayPal, and AI is minus 16%, with Starbucks being the shining light. Igloo TV closed 1 position for minus 11%. AMPL minus 32%. But the big story in his portfolio is 44% on ORN, and I believe he's the only one that bought it. Absolute banger of a trade. Izzy, 0077. MU keeping his portfolio nice and green. Datadog and AMD being a little bit of a bear. Locked in that loss of PLTR minus 17%. I think that was a good call though, right? Still a good call, right? Different Baits, minus 83% in the active portfolio. Ouch. Locked in losses of minus 5 and minus 16%. Ouch. You can't change those. Minus 105% in the active or in the total portfolio. Snow Flake, also all red in the active portfolio, minus 29%, being the big story. V-Wave, it tends to have 1 pop every 6 months though, and he's waiting for it. Will he be ready to sell? Will he miss it? Will he sleep in? I don't know. We'll find out. Did lock in 2% gain on NVIDIA, though. Shiza Supreme, minus 55%. Minus 55% overall. RR, the only green thing in the portfolio, and the power plays are hurting right now. Are the power plays done? Are they not going to go again this year? Everything else is, you got memory, you got storage, you got the cards, you got the data center infrastructure. Where's the power? Where's the power? He did lock in RR at the tippy top though. Minus 36% overall in the portfolio. Chicka Bow Wow, nice wins on USAR. He's right in that one. MSTX, that one is the story. Will he let it go? Will he ride it out? I don't know. Stay tuned. Mac 3333. 18% on DNN, TNYA 9%, and then these losers, MSTX and SBET. The crypto play is hurting the portfolio right now. Used his January sell for basically nothing just to change out tickers. Baby Bear, minus 85% of the active portfolio. It's all red with hood and open door, just doorknobbing him. No sells yet for Baby Bear. Pizza Wrangler, locked in losses on 23% on SCLX and Netflix minus 9%. But the portfolio is a change in 19% wins right now on HIND and CHTR 12% wins. ZSL, I feel like the loss has been cut in half. But this PHGE, he got panicky, started swinging for the fences, and the fences are absolutely doorknobbing him. We'll see if his luck can change, though. Captain Burrito Pants, minus 82% of the active portfolio, minus 20%. Locked in on Hims. That was good timing, though. That could have been very detrimental if he had held on to that one. Whew. Hims was at one point down basically 50% from where he bought it. So smart. Sometimes the truth hurts. CCCX, doorknobbing him hard at minus 40%. Everything else is okay. Just that guy right there and the little ONDS. Joystick Report, last but not least, minus 101% in the active portfolio. Nothing to be proud of at all. No buys or sells yet, though. And one last look at the leaderboard. And by the way, if you sent me a sell buy and I didn't update it yet, please let me know. But I think I updated it all since vacation. 3-pedal. Okay. 3-pedal, Jack Me Offer, and Luke are your top 3 right now. And there's a fight for the doorknob of glory or shame. Doorknob of shame. Riding that shit out, huh? Okay. I love to see it. Ticker and file updates. Oh yeah, by the way, the ticker looks sick. So Salt Life, the small percent is the day over day plus or minus. That is awesome. And then the one is the rank change. It looks awesome. It looks awesome, Salt Life. Applauds to you. All right. Let's find some freaking stocks. Arrow's rank move. Looks brilliant. Big Harry, I thought you were already in the 100% Club. Nope. Huh. Oh, I have you as a 2x. There you go. Are you trying to change trading platform? I have to. So E-Trade Pro, which I've been using for, I don't even know how long. It might be 14 years. is turning off. They're shutting the doors and they're pushing everybody to Power U Trade Pro, which is an absolute abomination. It's not even finished, and they're pushing people onto it. And I refuse to use it as my main trading platform. So I have to find a new one. Excuse me, I gotta blow my nose. Okay. Hymns with a W here. Whatever. I'll win. That's all I care about. Yada, yada, yada. Shut up, Shred. And then it goes. And then it goes. I guess we have one more update here. We haven't done a fantasy hockey update. So I out of respect, I think it's time. Let's just get into it real quick. Not much going on for the next 2 weeks since we're on Olympic break. There's no games going on. There's a 4-day short week, I should say. That will have a big impact on the final seeding once these games are logged in. Look at Puck Buddies beating the number 1 in the East. This dude has lost 3 games all year. He's about to lose 4 because of Zach. This is what I'm talking about, Zach. You started trying and your team wins. Freaking A, Zach. But it doesn't matter because Zach is now officially out of the playoffs. Eliminated. Freaking A, Zach. And you know why? You can only blame yourself, Zach. Because 3 weeks ago, Zach didn't set his roster for 3.5 days. And I DM'd him. And he lost. He's like, oh, I lost anyway, blah, blah, blah. And I went on for days coaching Zach after that. I'm like, Zach, these are the things you got to do. You only had, I told him, I said, Zach, And he still doesn't listen. He only has 28 moves on the entire year. That means he's just letting these weekly transactions go to waste. You got to look at the transactions at minimum 3 points each. Minimum 3 points each. So if you use 70 more, like for instance, I have 108 transactions. That's like dropped a shitty player, added a shitty player. He played, he gets me 3 points. Zach is, besides Looney, who literally, it doesn't matter because his team is absolutely just torn apart by injuries this year. Zach is the second least. That's just wasted points. Your weak ass division. Shut up, Shred. I hope I freaking play you in the finals somehow. Anyway, this is Zach's problem right here. Oh, and guess what? When he started listening to my advice, he got a win. And now he's going to win again on a 2-game win streak. You know what also doesn't matter? Zach, because he's eliminated from the playoffs now. And he's going to play in the loser bracket. You don't want the smoke. I want all of the smoke. I want all of it. I don't want anything to do with Joe, though. Or is it? I can't remember. Is Joe Coach Rid? I can't remember who Joe is. I don't want anything to do with him. No, that's the Mighty Cucks. Or is it Coach? Who has the most points? Oh yeah, it's Coach Rid. I don't want anything to do with Coach Rid right now. His team is diabolical. It's insane. Yes, you missed it, Luke. But anyway, going into the playoffs, this is just the projected seeding. I'm going against the Mighty Cucks right now. I want nothing to do with that. I hope my win this week changes this, because otherwise, it ain't going to be pretty. Yeah, SD Pedal is not. Yeah. What was his win streak? 10. Oh, that's Sorokin. That's Ripper Dip. Yeah. So right now, again, this is nothing to do with. This isn't the final seedings. We'll know that in 2 weeks. But I beat Always Bardowski, which isn't going to help me. Did Coach Rid lose? That's who I really need. I need Coach Rid. Did you lose this week? Will you lose this week? Nope. Shit. Well. Looks like I'm locked in against the Mighty Cucks. That bastard picked up my freaking Marcus Johansson off waivers that I traded. But Luke, or Who's Your Daddy, had to drop him because he got injured and he needed to win that week. I wanted to pick him up, but alas, I couldn't. Oh, and you have Dougie Hamilton? Jeez. Oh, Wyatt Johnson's an absolute animal this year. Demidov, not doing as hot as I thought he'd do. Oh, Nikas. Or Nietzsche's. Freaking A. Morgan Riley. Ugh. This ain't looking good for me, man. We'll see. See, I traded for some stud players, but at the expense of giving away more decent players. So a lot of my trades were like 2 for 1 or 3 for 2. So yeah, I got studs in return, but yeah, I don't know. There's your update. what is Tom Lee tweeting about BMNR? About Step Mobile something? Trying to get on that Step Mobile train. All right. Thank you, Tom Lee. First year making the playoffs for Coach Red. Finally broke through. Really? First year? I do have every single power play unit in the NHL memorized right now. That's what it takes, man. Pizza is creeping. You're far from last place right now. No Washington Capitals in my roster? You're not talking to me, are you? I mean, the only person I was interested in on the Caps was Ovi late round. I wasn't going to take him high, and I wanted Tom Wilson, but that he got snagged early. My roster's pretty damn good, but again, like I said, I made some trades for some stud players like Quinn Hughes and Kaprizov, but at the expense of like 2-for-1. Like I gave Jet for Kaprizov, I gave Hedman and Jesper Bratt. At the time, Jesper Bratt was only 1 point a game less than Kaprizov. And then you could just get in basically Hedman for free. So I know I overpaid for it, but I had Darren Radish popping off. So I was like, man, maybe I can expend a little defense to shore up my left wing because my left wing was trash. Landeskog is capping of. Is he playing? Wow, cleared to participate. Good to know. Get Landy back. Oh, I've been holding on to him. No TBL leaders in the Olympics. I mean, who would it be? Hedman would be the only one that had a chance. Even if Russia was playing, Kucherov wouldn't have been the captain. It would have been Ovi. Scrubs, get out of here with that shit. Bobrovsky wouldn't even be the top 2 goalie on Russia. I don't even know who would make it. It'd be Vasi and Sorokin. And Shesterkin. I'm smoking dick. Luke, you missed your entry into the 100% club. Bob is better than those. What are the top 3 countries for ice hockey Olympics? As someone who doesn't watch, Canada, U.S., and then it's a toss-up for number 3. You could be Chechiev, which is the old Czech Republic, I guess, is what the name is. Then you have Finland and Sweden right there. Russia, I don't know, would be a lock for top 3. Russia has great forwards. They do not have great defense. Look at the past 2 years. Panthers are standing on playoffs. Okay. Here we go. Panther fan, selective memory, selective stats. Here we go, Panther fan. Canada number 1 by a mile. I'll tell you this. The Canada jerseys, I saw them when I went to the games. They're awesome. The Canada Olympic jerseys are awesome. way better than the US ones. The Sweden ones are ass. Find these things real quick. We'll look at them. Just went freaking jerseys. There we go. All right. These things are so sick, especially in person. They look this good. Like that leaf is badass. It looks like that too. It is so good looking jersey. The red on the black. I don't know what their other color. I don't know if they have another color, but anyway. If you're Canadian, you need to go buy this. It's sick. I'm sorry. It's freaking just absolutely sick. Whereas the US jerseys, we got vent holes. And it's like, it's trying to be like, you got this. It's so much going on, but not good going on. Does Canada have a patch that says Canada? No. Like, I don't get why we have this. We got this. They're trying to be like the 80s, I guess, jerseys, which, whatever. But this looks real small on the jersey in person. And then you have a stupid shield up here for some reason. I don't know. If the shield was gone and the USA was bigger, because on the picture it makes it look whatever. But in person, it's much thinner. It's much thinner. Doesn't fill the space well. Yeah, I don't know why we have this here. Put the Nike logo out there, but yeah. And then we got, like, this is badass. If you're from Finland, I mean, that's freaking awesome. Hello, ad blocker. Just switched. Hello, can I have my freaking tab back? Thank you. There we go. This is sick. Chechiev, these are sick. These are bad. These are real bad. So this is like blue and black. I don't know why. Well, let me zoom in. That's stupid. So it's like it's a darker blue than normal and black highlights. This is like black. This yellow is like a light yellow. It's not the typical like Swedish yellow. Let me show you. This is an old, and this is a good comparison. This is an old Swedish jersey. This is Forsberg. This yellow is like, I know it kind of looks a little orange on screen, but it's a darker yellow than that. That is like a powder yellow. And it is not a good color combination at all in person. I hate those. And I was looking to buy one of these. Germany is whatever. Slovakia is pretty cool. The best is freaking Canada by far. Oh gosh, even their white jerseys are sick. I mean, look at that. That is so sick. Where's the US whites? There it is. Yeah, make this bigger, move this up. I don't know. Everybody else looks so awesome. Most don't ship until March 11th. You can buy them in the store if you have, you know, stores that would sell jerseys around. They're out. Now, you take a look at let me see if I can find the Four Nations jerseys. Four Nations jerseys. Those were sick. Let me see if I can find these. All right, well, this is just, you know, ESPN showing that these are horrible pictures. These are awesome. Canada's was cool, but, you know, whatever. Finland was cool. Sweden was amazing in person. I know it looks black or whatever. I got to find a better picture of Sweden. Sweden, I'm in the market for a Sweden Four Nations jersey because it was so good looking. Here we go. This is an Adam Fox Four Nations. This is freaking cool. This is cool. Let's see if I can find the
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
It's hard to find this shit. Oh. I can't find it. Sounds like an eBay listing. The colors don't do it right. Like, it's not this yellow. It's closer to this yellow. Actually, it's a lot like this yellow. Just the camera changes it. It's not that powder yellow. It's more like this yellow. But I love what they did with the crowns. Love that detail. Love it. It looks really, really good. But I ain't paying no $200 for it. There's a game used on eBay? Really? Someone, they did sell some of those yeah, like almost every player's game used. So it would be pretty easy to look up if it was real or not. Carlson's 6'5". Jeez. Shut up, Shred. Okay. Five. Wednesday, 10:40 a.m. First Olympic Denver's Slovakia. Ugh. Makar Canada jersey. I mean, I'm not gonna rip a Canada jersey. A can that's like our arch nemesis. Any other country, totally fine. Canada though, can't do it. Can't do it. They have the best jerseys. Can't do it. Oh shit, I left my burrito in the oven. Be right back. All right, there's got to be like some kind of videos or something that we could be watching here. Oh, this is one I wanted to watch. It's about 10 days old, though. It's Tom Lee on the compound. Oh, yes. Old Tom Lee. What you going to say about your headline here? Proposed ban on investors in the housing market hits a wall in Congress. Bet it does. Let's listen to old Tom Lee.
You like this weather? You're a skier, right?
I was a skier, but I had
Let's listen to old Tom Lee.
ACL surgery, so I'm
More
only
color
skiing
on
from my mind.
these headlines.
It's an
Trump
imaginary
officials
ski
also
now.
pressure Republicans to
I'm too
remove
old
ban
to have
on
another
Wall
injury.
Street purchases of
Somebody
single-family
asked me recently if
homes
I
and
wanted to
housing
ski. I don't
bill.
know how to ski. It's too late. I'm gonna die.
No, it's not
Can't
too late.
learn. No, my body.
This is all
I'm gonna
commentary
tear
out by
something
the
too.
Wall Street Journal
Well, if you
and
like
Bloomberg.
rollerblade or ice skate,
No,
Wall Street
your
Journal
instinct
says
is right.
proposed ban.
I was at
Posted
dinner with
in
Rob
a news
Sechin
desk
in
earlier. Proposed
Florida,
ban on investors in the
like
housing
10 days
market
ago,
hits a wall in
and he was telling
Congress.
us like stories of his ski injuries. Like this guy, he is beating the shit out of himself.
yeah,
Like he's got like titanium all over his
he's
body.
kind of bionic. He has like a couple fake knees.
He's almost an Optimus. I told him, like an Optimus robot. He was.
Yeah.
He was saying he was a mogul skier. I'm like, what? I know what a mogul is. What does that mean? He's like, just bumps the whole way down. Well, who the would do that? That sounds like the worst part of skiing.
Skiing attracts like some really extreme risk takers.
So he goes, "Oh, JB, I love it. I love the moguls. I ski the mogul." You know,
Isn't he from Pittsburgh? Where's that accent from?
I don't know. It's
yeah,
amazing.
he did.
Though.
He grew up in like Pennsylvania. So
But that accent is
Good man. We just did the update, my man. Like about 30 minutes ago. You miss it?
Yeah, it's a little bit like
Pretty epic changes.
Fat Albert growing up, you know.
I wonder if these guys have the balls to ask Tom Lee here. So about that Ethereum.
So that's what's going on.
No, the actual color of your icons.
Oh, that's dope.
I've never
right?
seen that.
Yeah. Stick around, kid.
I like
Learn
it.
some shit. Stick around. Keep your eyes open. You never know how I'm going to surprise you.
I hit the speaking of Apple, whatever. I hit the emoji button, or like the emoji to like create yourself, and Apple's AI created me, but like I have like lots of hair. Like it looks nothing. I'm a bald guy. Like how is that?
You must have bought the premium package,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. All right. Here's the
0%
picture. That I
chance.
made.
0%
Check
chance.
this out.
Yeah, I want to see it.
I mean,
Quick and dirty. I can't remember.
It's the
Pizza making moves. He's 13th now.
That looks like your kid. Let me see it.
What in the world?
All
But
right.
you're like in a bubble. They put you in like a.
However, we spoke at an event yesterday. Hard to believe it's yesterday, and they made those Funko doll. What are those called?
Oh,
Nick?
Funkos.
Funko. So they made dolls of us, me and Michael, and mine had a full head of blonde hair,
Mine is bald.
and Michael's was like
All right,
literally baby
dude.
Stewie from Family Guy.
That is
I-
reminiscent of you.
AI is gonna take all of our jobs. Come
No,
on.
not the illustrated.
Come on.
But that's like a meta AI. Remember how like they have the meta world or
Am
whatever?
I too loud? Am I too
metaverse.
loud on the board?
Meta-
Metaverse.
yeah.
That's right.
Okay. All right. All right. All right.
All right. Let's
Let's do some pods.
We have a full house. I'm a little bit
Yeah.
nervous. Big audience.
Did I get to meet everybody? Who else? Hi guys.
We have an Alexa, an Emily.
Oh, you're talking about the brokerage. No. Haven't done that yet.
Wait, from what is it called?
I'm going to look at the paid
Will
ones.
you hire my daughter? She's
DOS is back on the table. And then
She needs an
trade
internship.
0.
Yeah.
All right.
Josh, do you know Ron and
That's
Sana?
first on the
Yeah,
dock.
of course.
Emily and Sana.
Sorry. I
No.
didn't know what you meant.
I love your dad. How's he doing? Okay. All right. He's one of my faves. So say hi for me. Say hi for me. All right.
I'm gonna turn the camera off while I eat.
All right. We're about business right now.
I have Ryan.
Today's show is sponsored by Franklin Templeton. Let's talk munis, because for many investors,
His is hotkey
taxes are a big
weighted,
part of
though.
the return story. And municipal bonds,
And I don't rely on hotkeys as much as he does.
Federal and in some cases, state income taxes.
That's right, Michael. But the muni market isn't simple, and index strategies can fall short. One solution, active management. Enter Franklin Templeton. They're one of the largest muni bond managers in the market and offer more active municipal bond ETFs than
Whoa,
any
what?
other manager.
What happened? Shit's hitting the fan right now.
National muni ETFs and 7 active.
That's that macro market selling off.
What's up?
Members, Feds Waller is currently speaking.
Waller move the market? Jeez. All right.
Single state league. The world's greatest investing podcast, The Compound and Friends. My name is Downtown Josh Brown. First time listeners, last time listeners, whatever it is. I'm here with my co-host Michael Batnick. Michael, say hi.
Hello, hello.
You guys, we have the GOAT in the house today. Every time I see this on the calendar, Tom Lee is coming to town.
So I don't know, Cosmo, if I would do well with like
Tom is a co-founder, CIO, and
with keyboard shortcut hotkeys. I just don't know if I could. I mean, it's a lot of muscle memory that I don't necessarily want to learn, but I would love to do the buttons like you have on DOS, like create your button and do it that way. But yeah, I would totally use them. Like sell on the ask, -1, hidden orders. Hell yeah. Totally would use them.
head of research at Fundstrat Global Advisors. Previously, Tom was the chief equity strategist at JP Morgan. He is best known for his data-driven, often bullish market outlook and for being an early high-profile advocate for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other digital assets. Tom, what more can I say? It's pretty good, pretty succinct bio, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep,
Right.
Traded Zero has it. That's one of the reasons why I'm checking them out.
Yes.
I heard you at the start of the year kind of being like, yeah, we'll probably get a correction in the first quarter. Did you say that?
Well, we just think 2026 will look like last year. So our base case is we are strong in the first part of the year.
Okay.
But then we have a drawdown that feels like a bear market.
Okay.
But we'll rally strongly. And I think at least a 10% gain, maybe more now.
So we had that.
More than
How
10.
deep was the drawdown last March?
It was 20%. It was a bear market.
Okay, and that did that start from an all-time high or not really? I forget.
Yeah, it did.
It did. So it was rare.
Yeah.
But maybe that's why it recovered so fast, because it wasn't based on anything other than words.
That's right. If you have a decline and it's not leading to an economic downturn, those declines are usually V-shaped and symmetrical.
Okay. Do you think that this year, we have one every year. You think this one might have the potential to be based on an economic decline, or probably not?
If I was guessing, because it's like I'm just guessing
No,
in
of
the
course.
future.
We're all guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're guessing.
They're educated guesses. That's
Correct.
what we're doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's educated guess is that it can be a policy shock, like something coming from the White House, or the market testing the new Fed,
Okay.
or both. But that is probably like last year then. So it's a market decline because people take risk off the table, but it's not really an economic downturn. So we end up recovering really
We got
quickly.
two policy shocks in the last 5 days. We got the health insurance shock and the credit card shock. 10% cap on.
This was January 30th broadcast.
See what he said about the insurance companies. I just assume it's not going to matter and never really happened. But what was that about? Do you remember? It was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's
No idea.
it's the reimbursement rates for Medicare
Yeah.
and Medicaid, and it was people were expecting it to be 6 to up to 9%,
Right.
and it's only 0.9%. It's actually these are consumer friendly shocks.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like the type of thing that would derail the economy. It just sucks if you own UNH.
Yeah, so if your health insurance bad.
Okay.
Can I interject and say one thing? So on this show and on every show, we talk about what's happening with opinions about what's going to happen in the future. That's what we do, right? I was listening to, the book by William Goldman, Adventures in Screen Trade. There's a line that's always quoted from that book. Nobody knows anything. Like that is, so William Goldman wrote Princess Bride. He was a screenwriter and a novelist. And during the book, he said it's 1982. And literally the whole point of the book is nobody knows anything. People that are making movies don't know how the audience is going to react. Like nobody knows anything is the whole point of the book. He said, I know we have 9 months left in the year, but there is no doubt in my mind that E.T. will win Best Picture. It was 1982. He goes, I don't care. Steven Spielberg, E.T.'s going to win. Gandhi won. So all of the stuff that we're talking about in the future, we're all doing the best we can.
Yeah, that's right. It's just a guess. The future is uncertain. I agree.
It's true.
What do you do to stack the odds, though, in your favor if you have to have a view and you have to make a call, or people are relying on you to, all right, we get it, it's unknowable, but like still, what do you think? How do you stack the odds in your favor to be right more often than you're wrong? And you're the right person for me to ask this question of, because you are right more often than you're wrong.
Well, yeah, thank you.
You're
Which
welcome.
means I've
Well,
been
you know that.
guessing. Yeah.
I feel like we say that every time you come on. You are due for a cold
That's
streak.
why he has an entourage here. If you were wrong about the bull market the last 3 years, be nobody on this bench hanging out with you.
Well,
you know how that's how Wall Street works.
Well, I'd come in my McDonald's uniform.
All right,
Tom, can I tell you,
Okay.
I just spoke to a young man.
Wait, I didn't even get an answer to my question.
No, hold on. More flowers. I spoke to a young man last month, and he mentioned how Tom is always bullish. I said, listen, you don't get it. You're a senior in college. It's easy to be bullish now, but there was a time, young man, not so long ago, when it was not cool to be a bull, where everybody was bearish, and anybody that had the nerve to make the bullish case was ridiculed. And you have not been bullish since 2022. Like, you've been right the whole way. And I think that's a big part of why you have commanded a legion of followers, is because every time the market dipped, most people came out and said it's going to get worse. And you were like one of the lone voices who consistently has said it's probably going to get better. So you're right.
Thank you.
So how do you do everything you can so that when you are making a call, it's got a reasonable shot at being right?
Yeah. This is not a great analogy, but I'll explain it and then I'll explain how we do it. But let's say you're in your house, but the lights are off completely, but you're feeling your way around. And then so you feel like something fuzzy, and then you figure out it's your living room. Or if you hit your foot on a corner and then you're in the kitchen.
Right.
That's what I think trying to navigate markets are like, because we don't really know where we are at any moment, but then you try to find gives you situational awareness. And we do that by doing a lot of cross market analysis. So we take a lot of cues from volatility or what credit markets are doing, or commodities, and that informs us of what the state of the equity market is. But a lot of our work also is trying to look at, with this current snapshot of all that, where does it place us? Does it put us back into 1950 or 70, or is this, Hong Kong? And so we're trying to
That
place
seems
ourselves.
to be really important to you, the point in the cycle that we're at. You seem to pay a lot of attention to that. Is that something that you learned from someone else, or is that something that you just figured out over time? Hey, this is the real signal. This is what really matters.
I don't remember where I heard it, but I remember hearing a few things in my early years. One was, don't fight the Fed.
Yeah.
And I think that's important. Another is
that Marty Zweig? Who is Don't Fight the Fed?
Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, it was probably Ronald Reagan. Okay,
Yeah.
go on.
Yeah. Or it could be Uncle Martin. You remember that movie with Martin Short? He says,
Right.
"Don't fight City Hall."
Right. Okay.
But the second is demographics are destiny. And I don't remember where I heard that. I could have heard it in college, but when I did wireless, that was a lot of the work I did when I was a cellular analyst, was really building cellular penetration models based on what I call vintaging, like tracking what young people did. And then we figured when they become adults, they're going to control everything.
Right. Okay. So based on those two things, and you're feeling around in the dark, where are we? Like, how would you describe the position that we're in now? Because most people would say, what goes up must come down. It's been too good for too long. Valuations are stretched. Blah 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 blah. You know, all the whole litany of things. So, what would you answer that? Given that you're using those two ideas as a backdrop.
Yeah, well, a couple things that are observable. One is
What the
earnings
hell?
growth is picking up this year, not just in the U.S. but globally.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not
Sign
usually
in.
cycle.
The hell?
Okay.
And market breadth has improved a lot.
Okay.
You know, like this year, someone said it's like a rolling risk appetite cycle. Like, but a lot of things are going up that means the market's broadening. Actually, it's also broadening outside the U.S.
What the hell?
And then the third thing is there's arguably reasons to be optimistic incrementally, like whether it's AI or blockchain. I think, especially coming out of Davos, you know, when I didn't go to
Freaking
Davos, but
Microsoft
I've been
updates, man,
following
I
a lot of
swear.
the reports and the panels. It's clear to me traditional financial institutions are starting to build on blockchain as a productivity driver. That's a big story in the U.S. especially.
Fidelity just announced their stablecoin. It's huge.
Yeah, that's right. And then today, the SEC and CFTC had a joint announcement. They want to make sure the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world.
First running back
And then
MVP.
there's
Who was the
onshoring
MVP?
happening kind
I
of
don't know.
everywhere, and defense. So there's things
I didn't
that
want.
are
I wouldn't
driving
even probably know who
global
the
spending.
running backs for
Materials
either team
rallies
are.
tend to be
Honestly,
cycle, and I would argue the biggest bull market right now in the United States, at least, maybe this is true in other places overseas, is energy stocks, gold miners, the base metals are rallying, and all those related companies. I talked about a steel stock today as part of best stocks in the market. Like, when was the last time a steel stock was one of the best stocks in the market? And yet here we are. There are multiple. So, like, how do you square those two ideas?
Yep.
Or do you not agree that metals and oil rallying are late cycle? Do you think that's more mid cycle?
I mean, one, the precious metals move is probably the trade, right? Like
Yeah.
silver and gold are like, if I was just an average investor, that trade has been working like every day and for
Yeah.
weeks on end. So it makes sense. People are investing and they're astounding. And I talked to Tom DeMark today about that. You know, he does think there's still room for that to extend.
He doesn't think it's exhausted yet.
jeez.
No, he thinks gold can get to 8,900.
Oh my God. This,
Per ounce.
this is the best.
Jeez.
This is the best month since 2008.
Yeah.
8,900.
Unbelievable.
I'm pretty sure at 8,900, the Fed's balance sheet like dramatically improves, or the U.S. Treasury, because we own so much gold.
But the thing is, who is left to buy it at 8,900? Who's the next buyer? Like, at that point, wouldn't I guess what I'm asking is, to get to 8,900, you would assume every central bank that's got the wherewithal to buy has at that point already bought. Or do I not understand how it works?
It might be asset allocation, because I had a brief conversation with Joyce Chang from J.P. Morgan.
Yeah,
She's
hang
the
on.
global-
Let me just pick up all these names you're dropping. So, all right, go ahead. I'm kidding. I'm teasing. Go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah, she was saying if you just do high net worth, 0.5% allocation
Right.
incrementally into gold, now you're at 9,000.
Wow.
So it's just small amounts of money moving into precious metals that could get us there.
Okay. Is gold similar to the stock market, where we should expect V-shaped recoveries there because the primary trend is so powerful? Or could you envision a scenario where like a 15% drop in gold and a 25% drop in silver puts an end to the rally that we've been in? Like, what would be your instinct if you saw a correction in these trades? And by the way, if both those two things happen, they would both still be in intermediate and long-term uptrends. But like, how would you look at an event like that?
I mean, today's kind of a snapshot, right? Today there was a big intraday decline in gold, and now it's like down 1%. And silver had a huge intraday decline, and it's like barely down.
The buyers just came flooding in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then someone's telling me, I'm not a commodity expert, but now I'm like learning a lot on the fly. But like the physical market's even tighter. So the prices are actually higher in the physical than in these financial markets.
Okay.
But and I'm going to quote Tom DeMark. He says this looks more like 79.80. So then it might be a topping process.
Okay. I mean, it's sort of parabolic, and
No, it is parabolic.
it is.
Yeah, it's
Silver
going straight up.
definitely is. I guess what I would ask you is, can you think of a historical example where gold and silver were doing this, and the stock market was rallying right alongside of them? It seems like
Hims has some levels.
Like the bull market for stocks didn't start in the early '80s until after gold and silver were destroyed. This is a little bit different. Looks more like an everything rally.
Yeah. I mean, someone pointed out, and I think it's correct that, and again, we're not really sure exactly why, but if someone said this is everything but the dollar, then maybe it makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Got two charts for you on this. First comes from our friend Todd Sohn. We are looking at precious metal ETFs daily trading volume.
That's a great graphic from Todd.
Todd calls it metal mania. The previous spikes got like maybe up to 20 billion, and we're now at $64 billion. So people are going absolutely mental about this. And then our friend Warren Pies has a chart showing gold secular bull markets. And the first bull he poses, which is the real crazy one, 1971 to 1980. Then we have the second one. He marks that from 1999 to 2011. That's the purple one. And today, the green one, 2018 to 2026. So
shorter and sharper than the last one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, if you do like Wall Street bets, most talked about stocks, it's SLV and GLD.
Unbelievable.
I'm not surprised by that.
No,
at all.
no. Unbelievable where we are.
Yeah.
So Tom, one of the narratives going into 2025 that has cooled off dramatically is bubble and everything, especially the AI bubble. You don't hear much about that anymore. Oracle is in a 51% drawdown, like 51%, got cut in half. Microsoft is down 12% today. And then just the broader market, you have a great chart. John, chart 4, please. Showing that we've had 6 black swans. Black swans might be extreme, but whatever. 6 like events in the market since, when does this go back to? What year is that?
19.
Yeah, the end of 2019.
Okay, and the PE has gone sideways.
What are these events?
Where's the bubble?
COVID shutdown,
the supply
chain, inflation, fastest Fed hikes in history, tariffs, USA bombs Iran.
Yeah, there's been some shit.
So some stuff has happened, and I don't know, what's the message of the chart? What are you showing people when you show valuation alongside of those events?
Buy the
This was a company, and we threw 6 events that should wipe out the earnings power of that company, but the company grew earnings. We would consider it super resilient and re-rate it to a higher multiple.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Right. You'd be willing to pay more for that asset, for the earnings of that asset.
Yeah, because it's indestructible.
Yeah.
And so today when people say the market's expensive, I kind of think we just threw 6 black swans at it and it's still the same PE.
Do you think the stock market's
That's a
indestructible?
good point.
I know not forever, but like, is that how you feel?
It is acting more indestructible than many people appreciate.
For sure.
Because people don't tell me they think it's indestructible.
No, because who would say that out loud? It sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Somebody said to me that they can't understand. They're not like professional investor, but they have money in the market. They're just like, I can't understand how it feels like the country, like the social fabric of the country is being torn apart, and the stock market keeps going up. And my response was like, yeah, because people have more faith in Tim Cook than they have in Congress. It's what you're saying is not only not incongruous, it explains people have more faith in the earnings power of American companies than they have faith in any of our elected officials.
Yeah.
And that's why they'd rather have their money in stocks than in a lot of other types of things that they could be doing.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of truth to that. What do you think?
I agree. I remembered about 10 years ago coming across a survey where it was millennials who were much younger back then have more trust in tech companies than the government. So they're willing to share more information with the tech industry than with the government.
Yeah, good bet. All right, let's get into Tom's outlook.
Well, one of the dynamics that I love about the market today is that the market is separating the wheat from the chaff. and it's the winners and the losers are diverging. So in over the years, tech has been one trade, right? Like they've all gone up together, they've all gone down together. And now, not just now, over the last 6 months, John, chart 5, please, you see the big tech correlation. So we're looking at it, the rolling 6 months, and it's crashing. So like today's a great example. Next one, John. You have Microsoft down 12, Meta up 10. These names generally, obviously, move in the same direction. We've literally never seen a day like today. And it's funny because they both reported yesterday, same story, CapEx. Maybe the market is spooked that Microsoft's 45% of their outstanding orders are tethered to OpenAI. It's like, that's a big question mark. But their spending is up 66%. Meta's has doubled from year over year. But Meta is showing monetization in Reels, and the market is speaking.
Yeah. I mean, I hear people parsing the reasons why they're afraid of Microsoft, right? Whether it's the future revenue book, or whether it's because AI can redo Excel and Teams and a lot of the products. I think maybe it just shows you people are still trying to figure out how AI is progressing, because now they're just deciding that Microsoft's a loser in the AI race somehow. But I would probably guess it's misplaced. I mean, I think Microsoft's been written off in the past, in the pre-2000 era. People thought it was just a software company, and it came roaring back.
Lost $400 billion in assets today. Now that money can come right back in tomorrow, so it's not like saying like a fund lost $400 billion in assets. But can we just pause for a second and think about that number? That is the market cap loss of Microsoft in one day. It's pretty remarkable, right?
I think it's $1,000 per American citizen, right?
It must be, right?
Yeah, because there's 330 million people. So
it's pretty remarkable. I want to get into your outlook, John. I can't see what slide. I think it's the first one. So walk us through what you're telling people they should expect in 2026.
I think it's a lot like 2025. Fundamental story's better, but one difference is instead of a hawkish Fed, we have a Fed that eventually the market will realize is dovish, because we have a new Fed chair and they're also not inclined to hike anymore.
Yeah.
So that's a positive. But the negatives are there are some signs of stress in the economy now because of high rates, whether it's consumer or private credit. And we know valuations are more expensive because we have 3 years of gains behind us, back to back.
Right.
And I think that this is the year where we've seen more policy shocks coming. I think the White House is being more aggressive. I don't know if it's because they want to get things done.
Delicato, I don't know how I missed it. 20 months.
Yeah. And so that makes it harder for people to hold things with conviction.
Okay.
So I think all of that means the market can look like last year, which we have a big drawdown. However, there is good news. The rule of first 5 days, which is on the right side, on the tailwind side.
Yeah.
It came in positive.
Okay.
Which is a good thing. But
the first 5 days were up.
Positive,
in other words.
yes.
Okay.
But we just completed some additional work, and Matt Sermonero probably has like similar stats. But if the first week is positive and then the first month is positive, the probability of an up year jumps to like 92%.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I knew that was a thing. I didn't realize it was that extreme.
Some of that data sounds random, but like 92% is so strong.
And it's 75 years. So N of 75 is still a lot to look at.
Yeah.
Which years fell into the 8%? Just out of curiosity, did you bother to look?
I haven't looked at
That's
it yet.
in the weeds, but that would be interesting to see what threw it off. It could be like 9/11 or something.
Yeah.
Like it could be like an obvious thing.
Or what if it's like 08 and 2000 and 74 or something.
Okay. You have a bunch of headwinds here, and for the people listening that aren't seeing the slide, I think it's worth sharing a couple of things. We got to the valuations are higher, obviously, because stocks have gone up. Low grade consumer stress in subprime and auto loans. We have been able to look through this, not on the individual company level. The stocks that cater to the lower income consumer have absolutely felt the pain of what's happening there. But for the most part, like Apple stock does not care about that. Like the big stocks that matter are looking right through it. Do you think that could be the source of the next correction? Is that there just becomes an overwhelming amount of evidence that there's too much struggle at the low end? or do you think that that's a low probability thing to worry about?
I mean, it's probably one of those things where it's a social question because it is a burden for consumers, like all this inflation.
Yeah.
And then it can create problems for government leaders, and so it can swing elections.
Yes.
But mathematically, the consumer, the lower 50%, isn't as impactful to GDP as the upper half.
Right.
And I think that's why the market hasn't paid attention to that.
That hasn't been a stock market story. That's been a political story.
Yeah, but then it can become like a
Right.
That's why we're capping government credit card rates.
At the rate things are going, he's going to lose the House, and if he does, it'll be 80% because of the affordability crisis that the polls say is squarely being blamed on him. I'm not saying you should agree with that or not agree with it. I'm just saying that is what the polls are saying. And then maybe 20% immigration enforcement chaos. But like,
Just
you're
gap,
right,
why don't you
it may
hear?
not be a market story today, but a blue wave in the House would absolutely become a market story because part of the bull case right now is all the deregulation, which will obviously grind to a halt once they have to actually start voting on things.
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
why it makes sense, like capping healthcare rates, trying to get oil
Alright,
down,
get me out.
credit card fees capping. Like those are things that would help a lot of folks.
Well, also, not to be the bearer of good news, and I'm not suggesting that the lower end consumer is on fire at all, but if a lot of those loans that are bad loans in the subprime auto market happened in 2022, and we're on the other side of that now. And if things were that bad, Ally Financial, which is the biggest lender to these consumers, the stock wouldn't be within, I don't know, 3% of a 52-week high.
Yeah,
Right?
and that's forward looking.
Like, come on. Like,
Yeah.
this is the truth.
You
Yeah.
have New York Stock Exchange margin debt at an all-time high. Michael and I would look at that, and we're not as smart as you, and we would just say, yes, that's usually what you see when the stock market's at an all-time high. Margin debt, just because it's a function of the overall size of the stock market capitalization. Are you, by adding that into your headwinds, are you implying that there could be something more to that?
Yeah, there is a little signal. So, and we'll probably start writing about it at
Oh, here,
Fundstrat.
this is margin debt. So 1.214, is that 1.2 trillion?
Yeah.
As of November 2025, and that obviously is a record high. And for context, in July of 2023, it was 710 billion. So it's almost a full double in 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
What's the signal there?
what we found was if you look at the year-over-year change, it's actually positive for stocks until the percentage gain exceeds 38%.
I don't know if that's what they're trying to do, Soils, but that's actually a good business plan, eh?
It's actually at 36 right now, so it's almost there.
Okay.
That's a nice
because what it means is, like,
accidental
most
thing,
of
isn't
the
it?
gain is now being fueled by the consumption of leverage to drive the gains. So in that top decile,
It's pretty smart, Soils.
years, the forward return.
Didn't expect that out of you.
70% positivity to like 40%. So we're almost at the point where it might be a headwind.
So can I show you a chart from your protege? Chart goat, Matt. So I do like what you showed, which is like the amount of money coming in and the year-over-year change. So what I had Matt do was show me margin debt as a percentage of Russell 2000 market cap. And it's pretty low, but it's accelerating like in a meaningful way. Check this out. Right?
Yeah.
So historically low, or like nothing to be too concerned with, but look at that rate. Look at that change.
Expressed as a percentage, so it's 1.8%.
Yeah, so normalized for the overall market cap, but it's accelerating pretty violently.
Yeah, and that's reflecting a cohort of
All
people,
of us
'cause a lot of
are
people
bots.
don't use margin debt. And I don't think the Robinhood community uses margin debt. They're probably buying more zero-day trading options.
Oh, I would say they're doing both.
Okay, or maybe both. Yeah.
I would guess both.
Yeah, so when we think of it as a percentage of market cap, it's not necessarily representing like how the cohort is trading. So there's a cohort that's really employing this debt that they're exhausting their
So the
firepower.
38% threshold, what happens then?
Well, so
It's pretty
forward
good.
returns turn negative. So that's would
For
be
the whole stock market.
Going pretty good
I mean, that would
today.
be the case for the why there could be a drawdown to kind of reset everything.
Yeah.
So
So if you get that drawdown and a lot of that margin debt comes out of the system and we normalize at a lower level, most people, yourself, myself included, would say, okay, great. We had the cleanse.
Yeah, the third beef. I still got to go get some of mine. I put some in my friend's freezer before I left, just in case.
yeah, so for investors, drawdowns are good because everyone has a ability to allocate at lower prices.
But what did you say? Like always, John, chart 7, please. The correction is happening under the surface. So Oracle, as I mentioned, cut in half. Mag 7. Microsoft's in a bear market. Tesla's 14. Apple's down 10. Like there's opportunities, whatever. Like things are happening.
Yeah.
And the market's broadening out. Like it does the market not need Mag 7 for the next like higher?
Yeah, I mean, for me, if I'm an investor, I mean, and I didn't own Microsoft, I mean, they can buy it 22% cheaper.
Right. You could buy it at a lower valuation than at any time over the last 2 years. And all that premium from OpenAI, that's all gone. You could almost argue that's part of what's hurting the stock. I want to ask you about the software correction generally, not just Microsoft. So I think the IGV is in a 25% drawdown right now, and I don't know when the last time we've seen.
Thank you, Cosmo. I'll check it out.
Every one of those names looks like shit, from Workday to ServiceNow, Salesforce.com, like one after the other. Even the cybersecurity software names are down big.
Look at this, bear market. So this is the application software sub-industry.
So you have, and here's why I'm bringing this up. I think you're thinking about AI as a bull. You just told us it's wreaking havoc on the stock market right now. It's not the AI theme, if anything, is erasing market cap, not adding it, at least in software stocks. Now, I understand people are taking that money and buying utilities, and God bless them. But like, are we so sure that AI is a tailwind and not a headwind for investors?
Well, sometimes it's easier to see the losers and not the winners.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah, so software, I think, is now being chosen as a loser because now AI can write code and replace a lot of subscription services. And I don't know if you've seen the charts recently about tech employment, but it's actually declined. It's like one of the few industries where there's fewer people.
Remember they said to everyone, learn to code?
Yeah.
Not great advice. Learn art history, it turns out. Might be better advice.
Do you think the market is right to kill software like this?
Usually it's a signal. You know what I mean? Because there's been it's washed out when you have bad news and it doesn't go down. But if you have bad news and it's going down, that means
how about good news and it's going to? So ServiceNow had great earnings. Stock is mauled, and it was already getting destroyed.
Okay, so that's also a bad sign.
It's very bearish.
If you go down on good news, it's a bad sign.
I would argue the reaction of Microsoft relative to what they actually announced is a really bad sign because there was like nothing negative there. It was like slightly higher expenses, slightly lower Azure growth.
It was 38%. It was 38%. It was their guide in Azure, down from 39%.
Yeah.
And the market's like, all right, we'll take $400 billion, please. Thank you very much.
So that's like not I know it's anecdotal, but that's not good when one of the largest stocks in the market reports a quote unquote regular quarter.
Yeah.
And they act like it's the end of the world. I take that as like a negative sign, obviously.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, I learned when I was an equity analyst, like there's like a 3/4 rule. Like if a stock misses, you know, you kind of can't touch it for 3 quarters or 2 or 3 quarters. So,
okay.
But it's still an opportunity for a long-term investor.
Can we say that two things are true? The reaction of Microsoft today is not bullish. I mean, obviously, its stock down 12%. It didn't say anything terribly bad. The street is worried about its OpenAI exposure, to which I would say good. I love that there's no bubble, that investors are actively rejecting the AI bubble. Again, for the third time now, Oracle cut in half. Microsoft bear market.
Investors can't have a bubble if the biggest stocks are cut in half.
So just in terms of building a wall of worry, I, as a long-term investor, love that people are being cautious and discerning.
Yeah. And later this year, you know, many of these will actually become listed. So now you don't have to guess what it's worth or what its impact would be. I mean, part of it is OpenAI is like a mysterious, like privately held, but now it'll be public. And then now it looks like SpaceX plus XAI will be public this year.
Right. So you'll remove some of the mystery, and the people that want to affect trades on what they think those stocks are worth will be able to do that all day long.
Correct.
Aren't large IPOs like, I don't know if historically is the right word. Isn't there something a little bit like too much supply?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it a top signal?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's going to suck up demand, right? Because it's a big amount of supply coming.
Yeah, so I'll never forget. I learned this lesson when Blackstone came public in 2007. They were like the quintessential play on booming real estate, and they were like very heavily involved in emerging markets, mostly China.
Euphoria that came with Trump
they were like in all of the quote unquote hot
From
areas.
Fed
And this is
nominee,
before we were talking about liquid alts and
while they're on those comments.
you know the revolution. This was just about like this style of investing is the best style of investing. And I think they bought equity office properties from Sam Zell at the top of the real estate market. I think if I remember correctly, that IPO was like a meteor or like an asteroid hitting the surface of the earth.
Yeah.
So when BX came public, first it wasn't a corporation, it was a partnership, which meant if you were stupid enough to buy the stock for your clients, which I was, you got to tell them
Him's
you're
ripping
supposed
here.
to half your money and you have a K1. Like that's tell your account you have another K1. That's your gift at the end of this. But I've always looked at those giant IPOs that Michael's talking about, and I think OpenAI qualifies.
And SpaceX.
Not as the beginning of something, but as the end of
Yeah.
something.
Where does the money come from? It's hundreds of billions of dollars
Yeah.
potentially.
Well, yeah, but this might be different. Okay, and let me explain why. Like SpaceX, when it goes public,
Interesting,
is
Soils.
actually a huge wealth creation event.
I hate it,
for
but interesting.
Many of the people who invested in SpaceX. I know some people who are seed in it, 50,000, and I think their stake's worth 150 million.
That's
Oh
insane.
my
Because the
god.
company's worth 1.5 trillion. So like,
Sounds inflationary.
well, I think that's the equivalent like of a massive tax refund for the U.S. economy.
Well, they have to wait 6 months. They're locked up. They can't sell on the IPO date.
Yes, but they might be able to get margin, or they can
Oh
do
my God.
derivatives.
They
We're
could do an
going
S
we're
block.
going so much higher. So you're saying that these people that get liquid from SpaceX shares, they're going to put it right back into the market and take out S blocks on
Yeah,
it.
so think of it as like the alternative world who said no return. Suddenly, all these venture funds that
Yeah.
are 99% of the fund's value is SpaceX
Waiting for
has
exits.
a huge distribution, and like
Oh, I like
so
that.
all that money going into the economy again.
So you're saying I should have Michael start cold calling the SpaceX
Yes.
seed investors?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, Ritholtz should actually do a pilgrimage to all the
We have
L-
very cheap
LPs.
credit.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
cheap.
All right, we did the January barometer. We did the FINRA margin cap. Where do you want to go next?
Let's do the
strategy.
let's do the broadening. John, chart 12, please. So it's Thursday. It's 3:40, and Microsoft got killed today, down 12%. What's XLK doing? Maybe that's not the bad. XLK is down 2%, but that's a bad weighting. The Nasdaq 100 is down 96 basis points. Okay, 96 basis points for the Nasdaq 100, and the RSP equal weight S&P is down 2 basis points on the day, flat. And this broadening trend that we're looking at. So this is a chart from Urian Timmer showing the equal weight versus the cap weight, and he showed that there was a clear narrowing earlier, late last year, and now it's broadening. So the S&P cap weight has turned sideways, and you're seeing a breakout in the 493. I love it. I think this. Now listen, if the Mag 7 were really rolling over, I would say, all right, well that's not good, right? Because they are the leaders. But the fact that they're going sideways and consolidating, Microsoft notwithstanding, I think this is as bullish as you could possibly be.
Is that part of your bull case for this year? Is that we'll have like the next 100 stocks up, making a play for new highs?
Yeah, and I think this is confirming a broadening is confirming a bull market. It's very good for institutional stock picking because
Right.
they can't own that much Mag 7.
Right.
And institutions can, of course, employ their own form of leverage through prime brokerage. So it means that you could actually have new dip buying coming from institutions. I think this would be really good news.
Your clients must love it. What are they asking you and saying about this?
Well, yeah, I think they are breathing a sigh of relief that it's not just the Mag 7 anymore.
Finally.
Yeah, and so people are seeing, especially the long short folks, seeing good opportunities. A lot of them are doing non-US. I think that if someone's global, I think I understand now why they are looking at global. Like, because there's now, as someone pointed out, there's going to be two countries that are winners in AI, like the US and China.
Do we know that?
Yeah, I mean, I think China's AI works really well, and China has done a good job on EVs, and then I learned recently they're actually pretty big on healthcare and biotech innovation. Like, I think they are exporting more licenses than any other country.
Okay.
So, like, a lot of the European drugs are actually licensed from Chinese
Okay.
labs. So then it means the supply chain, like the countries adjacent to China, could be doing better. So it's good for stock picking. I mean, so there's more stories out there.
I think the international story is so interesting because last year they did not have earnings growth, but those markets went up 20 and 30% because it was like a mindset shift. And I think a lot of the leadership in those countries and the people that run the stock exchanges, et cetera, some of them, it was just like jawboning, but some of them actually like passed rules, like forcing companies to increase shareholder value. I think they all sort of looked at the United States recovery from the pandemic and said, like, what are they doing that we're not doing? And I think all at once they kind of got the memo. Oh, their capital markets are on fire. And look at all the benefits, like the domino effect. When stock prices are rising, you get increased consumer demand for everything under the sun. You get you get executive confidence, you get more investment. It's just it seems so obvious. Even if you're a socialist country, you should root for your corporate champions to get bigger, not penalize them and find new ways to sue them. And I think that's the switch that flipped. And that led to that re-rating last year. And then this year, to your point, now you're going to get the earnings growth in these countries that explains the re-rating of last year. And that's a pretty great follow-through story. And I think that's why you're seeing people going out of their way to allocate more to international large caps. My best guess is that's not like a 6-month phenomenon. That feels multi-year to me. And I don't think it's late in those markets at all. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the more I look at it, the more I think what you said makes sense. Because then on top of that, there's dollar could be kind of weakening.
That could only help.
Yeah. So then,
When is the next
could be
opening to change a stock?
A long tail to that story. Now, the more I look at
Captain,
it,
have you done your February one yet? If you've done your February, then March 1st,
I want to go to your
or the first
your strategy again.
day the market's open in March.
So what's stocks that benefit from a stronger 2026? John, do you have this? All right. Energy, basic materials. Is there more to say on energy?
Well, part of it is, so energy and basic materials were our top sector picks this year.
Yeah.
And I didn't anticipate precious metals to do so well, or the metals, but it was really because they had underperformed so long. The level of underperformance in the last 3 years was something you've only seen one other time in the last 75 years.
On precious metals.
Yeah. So I think it might. Well, I think I don't know where the slide is, but there's like what we have as Z-scored, how much standard deviations of underperformance. Yeah. And it was at the same level you were at the 2000.
So you'd have to say the same thing
lows.
about energy then.
Yeah,
so energy has done nothing for 5 years.
Correct. So it was energy and basic materials, and that's why we made it our top sector pick this year.
Yeah, I think you're gonna be right on that one. And those charts all look outstanding to me.
Yeah,
these stocks are under accumulation. I don't see any way around it.
Yeah.
I have a question for you guys. Why do we
Hymns with a
basic
W.
materials? Why don't we just? It's
because they're not precious. There's precious and there's base metal.
But why not just materials? I mean, I never say basic materials, but I know that's what the sector is called. It's kind of weird.
Wait, what do you mean?
Basic materials.
Yeah, that's the GICS 1.
Yeah. Oh, right. It's just how they classify all those.
I'm saying
companies.
where'd basic come from? I don't know. Maybe we'll never know.
Yeah, you know why? I think they were thinking of it as a manufacturing process. Like these are the basic materials, and then there's the interim goods. Yeah, and like industrial. It goes into the
$40.
industrials. But you're right.
The more you know.
That's like an agrarian concept or something, right?
Yeah. You have Bitcoin and Ethereum, not surprisingly, as what to own.
Tom, what the hell is going on? Bitcoin is crashing today.
Can you tell us?
Let's hear it, Tom. Let's hear it, Tom.
Over the last 3 or 4 months, because it was on fire, and the story made sense. All right, you have pro crypto administration in the White House. Now the SEC is on board. Now, everything fell into place, and you had people on both sides of the aisle in Congress falling all over each other to collect money
watching
from the
shares
crypto
of
lobby.
TTD,
And it
MGNI,
just looked
OpenAI is
all right,
announcing we're
finally,
starting to roll
it's a
out
regulated
tests for
market,
ads and
accepted,
GPT.
Products are rolling out. People are using it. Inflows are hitting the funds, and then it hit a wall. And I don't have theories or whatever. We had JC Peretz on last week, 2 weeks ago. He's just oh, this is easy. They started trading options on Bitcoin. That was the top, which I guess was someday in October. I don't know. What's your story for why it's been so directionless over the last few months?
I'm sure there's
yeah,
a
crypto was
TTDC
doing
and
well
increase of activity
until
on
October.
OpenAI's announcement.
What, so do you buy that story, the option story?
A few things happened in October.
Okay.
So crypto was actually up like 36%, and then from
This is the
October
break on
to the end of
Reddit.
the year, it actually had in some cases like a 40% drawdown.
Yeah.
One was there was a big deleveraging. There was basically a pricing exploit that took place on one crypto exchange that led to what they call an automatic deleveraging. Then that cascaded across all the crypto exchange, and it was the biggest deleveraging event in the history of crypto, bigger than what happened with FTX after
So what
FTX
happened?
failed.
The people with leverage got unwound, and they were forced out of longs, and it kind of wrecked the trend.
Correct, and it was a pricing error, but it liquidated over 2 million accounts globally.
Jeez,
it wiped
2
out, I
million?
think, a third of all market makers, which are important for
A
they're the
third?
central banks, and it crippled a lot of crypto exchanges. So their balance sheets took a huge hit.
Coinbase is in a 50% drawdown. I think it's second 50% drawdown since coming public. And Coinbase is a big company. So if that stock looks like that, you can only imagine the privately held players in the ecosystem, what that must have
That's
meant
right.
to them.
Yeah, so Coinbase, let's say, is a fortress balance sheet. Then imagine those who have like okay balance
All right.
sheets.
Okay. Has that run its course?
In 2022, it took about 8 to 12 weeks before risk appetite could recover. So we're like kind of in that outside window.
Well, Solana's hitting new lows today. So Bitcoin.
He said this on the 30th,
7. It's not run its course.
and
So
then
maybe
Bitcoin
accelerating to the downside.
crashed.
It's so weird with the like juxtaposed to gold. Like it was supposed to be
digital gold.
Yeah. Well, there's other things happening. So like in Bitcoin,
Fell
I think
another
there is
25%.
a turning of the holders, because one of them is, Bitcoin's like 14 years old. So like the crypto punk, the 20-year-old is like becoming a mature person.
Right.
And many of them made fortunes.
Yeah.
So they've been selling their Bitcoin.
Okay.
And then, as you know, there's this quantum risk that is more Bitcoin specific, because quantum developments are accelerating.
Yes.
And about a third of Bitcoin wallets are not upgradable, so they're actually quantum vulnerable.
Okay.
Can I say a dumb question? I don't know anything.
Them
about
fighting
this.
words there.
If quantum computing was a thing and we could hack the Bitcoin blockchain, why wouldn't they hack, I don't know, the central bank or everybody's Chase account? Like, why would they go after Bitcoin first?
Yeah, so quantum operates more like an ASIC, like a brute force of a repetitive calculation. So it can break encryption. So Bitcoin's encryption is what can be broken. You're right. So you can break a lot of encryption, but banks hopefully would be upgrading all their customer passwords, force you to do a new type of password, and that's how you avoid quantum vulnerability. The thing is, like a lot of Bitcoin wallets, like Satoshi's, haven't ever been upgraded. So and of course Satoshi's wallets.
How do you upgrade a wallet to make it so that the blockchain itself, that vulnerability to quantum computing will be protected against?
You'd have to fork Bitcoin. I mean, but or you have to contact the guy and say like, upgrade your wallet. If it's like a Ledger wallet or whatever.
So, but I'm saying if you upgrade your wallet, you're safe, but the price might not be safe.
Well, if you
might be safe from losing your Bitcoin, but if there's a mass hacking event or there's some way that, and like Michael, not an expert, but if a lot of nodes just go away because they're worried about that risk, or if somebody influential comes out and says, I have information and I think like literally there's a quantum computer right now in the process of hacking the Bitcoin blockchain, like that, you could upgrade your wallet, but the price is going lower.
Well, one, if someone developed a quantum hack, they wouldn't reveal it. Like a nation state would just steal those 1/3 of the Bitcoins.
Until somebody starts to notice.
Yeah. Now, Ethereum, for instance, upgrades twice a year. So it's they're already developing quantum resistant. So like a lot of blockchains are going to be quantum resistant.
Okay.
Just the way like Chase will upgrade all their encryption.
Have you ever seen sentiment this bearish outside of FTX? Like people seem totally done. And I know crypto is so weird that it can get its mojo back in 2 seconds for no reason. Could be up 15% tomorrow for all I know. But man, it looks like it's on the mat. It is right at multi-month support.
Bro, is this your first time?
Right now.
Yeah. So.
Jeez.
Actually, from a technical.
Homie's never been in the trenches, obviously.
This is what Tom DeMark actually is expected. So he's been hired as an advisor at BitMine, and he actually told us Thursday was an important day, and it turns out today was an important day because we've had a big decline in crypto. But this is more akin to the end of the selling, not the beginning. So
you don't think we're seeing another leg lower?
Well, for instance, Ethereum might go to 2,400, but it's a touch, and then that's the bottom. But that's going to coincide with precious metals peaking. I mean, remember, precious metals has sucked all the risk appetite out of speculation out of crypto, right? A lot of it's come out of crypto into precious metals.
It's like unthinkable 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Nobody could have foreseen back to we said nobody knows anything.
I've heard
like, what?
I have heard that story that the people trading crypto have moved over to gold and silver because it's working better. They're probably telling themselves that they're being conservative right now. But there's another story that I've also heard from crypto people, which is that if you thought Bitcoin was a store of value away from the dollar, now with the ready access to stable coins and the full acceptance in the banking world of stable coins and pending legislation that might even allow stable coins to earn interest, stablecoin holders to own, what purpose does Bitcoin serve? Like if we were using Bitcoin to get money out of fiat currency or get it out of the traditional financial system, well, now Bitcoin is fully a part
Tom
of the
was having a
traditional
bad
financial
day.
system. That's number one. And two, it moves too much to be useful as a store of value. It's useful as a trading vehicle. Stablecoins are amazing as a store of value.
BRLS.
It's a dollar, and it's always a dollar.
Yeah.
So
Coming back up.
the advent and mass popularity of Circle and all of these stablecoins now, Fidelity launched one this week. Did that steal some of the use case away from Bitcoin?
Well,
Have you heard that before? I know I'm not the first person to say that.
I have.
Okay.
But there is a really big story around blockchains, which is Wall Street dismissed blockchain and crypto as like just experiments. But now financial institutions are rebuilding settlement layers using blockchains. That's what Standard Charter said at Davos. The UBS CEO says that in a few years, there's a convergence between digital assets and traditional finance because blockchains offer finality and a lot more security. And Larry Fink says he thinks that the entire financial system is going to operate on one common blockchain.
But why is that good for Bitcoin?
Well, it's probably good for Ethereum.
Okay.
Because Ethereum is
You wouldn't be talking
Because
about that, would you,
Ethereum's
Tom?
I haven't written a book on that.
So good at this. All right.
Because Ethereum is the one I'm heavily in. Down, but heavily in.
Well, it's probably good for Ethereum.
Okay.
Because Ethereum is
You wouldn't be talking your book now, would you, Tom?
I haven't written a book on that.
So good at this. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Say more about Ethereum. So Ethereum's the useful blockchain that can actually help bring that sort of thing about.
Because that's really where stablecoins have been built. It's you do smart contracts so you can lock information and prevent it from actually being altered. You could put a 1,000,000-page legal document on the Ethereum blockchain. If someone tries
Some
to
price compression here on this ASTS.
fails.
Right.
So that's how you protect information.
Right.
It's 100% uptime. This is what Wall Street, as they think about the narrative around the future, is they're building their entire system on contracts like Ethereum, which is really bullish for Ethereum.
What is the timeline when you say they're building their entire system? I would say 99.99% of the whole financial system now has nothing to do with blockchain at all. In 10 years, is it 50% or is it 5%? Like, what would be the bull case on the financial rails of, let's just leave banking out of it. Let's just do Wall Street, for example. So trading, settlement, etc. How much of that is running on Ethereum rails,
well,
if any?
I might be able to give you a snapshot.
Okay,
So as we talk
I'd love
about
that.
Okay, so if we talk about stable coins, Tether has about 160 billion of US dollars tokenized.
This is Tom Lee on the compound from the
Tether is a
30th.
company.
Yes.
But it's mostly running on Ethereum. Even though it's only 168 billion, which is less than 1% of M1, so it's not even like risk assets. It's not credit equity tokenization. They're going to make $20 billion this year. Actually, because of their balance sheet, they might be making like $24 billion.
And that's just the interest on the treasuries that they own to back the dollar value of the coin.
And because they're over collateralized, they actually own like now almost $30 billion worth of gold or something.
Oh wow.
Right.
Okay.
But so let's say they make 20 billion, not 24, but somewhere between 20 and 24. They're a top 5 most profitable bank in the world.
It's amazing.
They make more money than Goldman or Morgan Stanley.
That's amazing.
And that's just a monoline product with 300 employees.
Okay. Now everybody is coming for that profit margin, as you know. At JP Morgan, Fidelity, everyone will have their own in-house stable coin, because why on earth would they allow something like this to continue?
Yeah, what's better for the banks than a stable coin? I don't have to pay you anything? We just have to keep it all?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, and that's one product. So now you can build stock trading, which, Vlad and others want to tokenize stocks.
Nice, E10.
Not using ETH, though, right?
They'll use an L2.
Yeah.
They might try to use other chains. There's other chains, and some banks are using these privacy chains, which I'm not going to try to throw shade, but some have had exploits. Some have had famous exploits in other countries. So,
Okay.
But I'm not like
get mean, Tom.
I don't want to be suicided.
You think if they are tokenizing assets, you think if they're smart, they either build it on ETH in an existing L2, or they come up with a new protocol, but like that's the right world to build that.
Yeah. So let's say the Wall Street tries to do their own blockchain because they want to control the narrative. Then there's going to be a new JP Morgan that is like Tether that'll be built on the public chains, because Tether is built on public chains, and it's better than, JP Morgan has 300,000 employees. Tether has 300, and they make almost as much money as JP Morgan.
It's crazy.
Jeez.
About digital treasuries. This was all the rage. You entered the game, I don't know, 8 months ago. You can correct me if I'm wrong. And this was the way that people got exposure to crypto with leverage. If Bitcoin was up 2%, Strategy was up a lot more than that. Strategy is now in a 70% drawdown. Bitminer is having similar pain, given that nobody wants to own the underlying. Let's assume that there is a bottom coming soon for these strategies, for these assets. Why get exposure through a digital treasury company as opposed to just owning the underlying?
So digital asset treasuries, really only 2 have been successful. Empirically, like since October, only 2 have actually been able to buy more crypto. MicroStrategy and
Empirical, huh? Since October. Okay. October high to current down 67% is successful.
and Bitmine. Both have bought more than $2 billion.
It's a scale business.
Yes.
It's not a cottage industry. There
Correct.
shouldn't be 50 of them.
This is success right here, boys.
Bitmine is still, because the Ethereum, which is what it holds, generates revenue. Bitmine's got about $1 billion of cash, and its staking rewards from its Ethereum is going to be almost $400 million this year.
Okay.
And they're earning $40 million from their cash holdings.
Okay.
So it's a very profitable company.
Is it trading at a discount to the underlying or not anymore?
No, it's trading a slight premium.
Okay.
But just that, let's say you treat it as net income, it's like the 780th most profitable company in America today.
Have you looked at the correlation between, let's say, the price of ETH and the price of Bitmine, and come up with a rhyme or reason for like in other words, if somebody said, what percentage of the decline in Strategy or in Bitmine is due to the price movement of the underlying? I'm sure it's a moving target, but it's got to be like almost all of it, right?
That's right. And there's 2 betas. There's decline beta.
Because he's asking if those assets, not the stocks, if the coins stop coining to the downside and start coining up, why would you buy the treasury version?
You're going to make more money buying the treasury, because see, the treasury has a beta to the decline because the price of the underlying is falling. But when the price recovers, then you're unlocking the ability of the treasury to raise more money quickly.
Okay.
And Bitmine has what we call moonshots. You know, made an investment in Beast Industries, one of the largest shareholders in Beast now, which is.
Do you like him personally?
I'm never gonna find
You guys get on well?
Our corporate values are really aligned.
Okay.
Because he's highly ethical.
Okay.
Kindness matters.
He's a genius.
He is the biggest.
Obviously, I know I'm not.
Yeah,
saying
there'll
anything.
never be another Mr. Beast in maybe ever, right? I mean,
Well,
someone with 1 billion followers.
He was early and amazing at what he did.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're making investments like that are not directly correlated to the price of ETH, but you'll probably always trade alongside the
Yeah,
the price.
but that is how you create on ramps to Ethereum, because Mr. Beast's audience is he's the biggest.
Mr. Beast is leveraging the shit out of his audience.
And a lot of millennials. Those are the next wave of financial consumers.
Right.
So, Beast Financial is going to obviously be a really successful endeavor. And
what is he doing?
Well, they'll disclose. They've disclosed Beast Financial, but
okay.
I don't want to share their plans.
Last question. I know a lot of our audience doesn't care about crypto, so apologies for those listeners. Where's the money coming from for you guys to continue to buy ETH when the market keeps going so much lower?
It's institutional buyers. So Morgan Stanley, ARK Asset, Fidelity, they're large holders of Bitmine.
What percentage of all the ETH do you now hold? I know the goal was it 5%?
Yeah. Currently it's 3.52%.
So you're almost there.
If you include the cash that's not been deployed, it's close to 4. So about 70% of the way there.
Have you guys given public guidance when you think you'll hit that goal? And if and when you do, are you upping that goal? Or would you then say, okay, mission accomplished, we are the war chest of ETH?
We haven't given guidance,
okay.
But it's probably sometime this year. One thing to keep in mind, at 5%, it's close to $500 million a year in net income.
Wow.
And if Ethereum recovers to its ratio to Bitcoin, to its historical all-time high, that's around 12,000 ETH. It's close to $2 billion a year in net income. So
that ain't nothing.
Yeah.
All right, stock market. Look at this candle for the close. Look at that bullish candle for SPY.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Dip buyers.
Is it a hammer?
I mean, dude.
I sort of like it.
Near an all-time high. They can't even take it down for one day. It's a bull market. I don't know what else to tell you.
You have Mark Newton in house?
We do.
Okay. So what is he telling you on the technicals right now?
He likes stocks in the interim, in the near term.
Okay.
He's also in the same camp that will have something that feels pretty bad sometime in the middle of this year.
Well, no, what's pretty bad? Because there's always a correction. Like you said earlier, you think bear market, you think we're going to get a 20?
Yeah, it could be 20, but from a higher level. Right, so let's say we're 7,300. I mean, that could be 1,400 points, right? So then 5,900 could be the low. I mean, that would be painful.
I want to do one more with you, and not specific to the stock, but when people ask me, all right, AI, everybody gets it, going to be huge. Companies are spending trillions of dollars. We all understand that. Like, what's the next leg to the bull market? My answer has been robots. I've been pretty clearly bullish on robots for 10 years now. Tesla last night told the street they're going to stop making Model X. They're going to stop making Model S. I think the models that really matter there now is like the Model 3 and the Y. That's like what they're really going to focus on. And then the Cybercab. But then the decision to stop making those cars is to focus full on autonomy, which is a fancy way of saying robotics. And he's talking about the humanoid robot being for sale to normal people by 2027. Now, we know he's usually 5 to 10 years early on his projections, but that's like part of the charm, I guess. But that's pretty notable that they're dropping 2 of their 4 top-selling cars just to make robots and to make automated vehicles. What are your thoughts on that as a signal? And do you think the robot is going to be the next phase of the bull market the way that I do?
Robots could be huge, right?
Not necessarily humanoid robot, but just the idea that autonomy is enough to be a new bull market that we're not even in yet.
Yeah, because robots are force multipliers. Like, it makes every human a superhuman. or
unemployed, but sure.
Yeah.
Unemployed superhuman.
Yeah. If robots pay taxes, then you still come out ahead.
Right.
Because you might start taxing
The robot
activity.
makers at least will pay the taxes.
Yeah. Or,
okay.
Or the DoorDash robot pays taxes.
But you don't have this in your themes. Is it too early?
We do have labor shortage as one of our investment themes.
Because they will use robots to supplant or to fill the hole.
Yes, there is a structural shortage of prime-age workers that is going to be lasting for the next 10 years. So there's a use case for robots. But I agree with you. Like, that is a really big unlock that in the real world, you have agentic robots moving around. That's very productive. Like, it could create a lot of GDP, but remember, it could generate so much tax revenue that the U.S. government doesn't have to tax people anymore. You might not even have to work.
Come on.
So that's
no more taxes.
Yeah, I think we could stop paying taxes because the robots are the ones that are taxed.
And then what? How do we fund?
People may not even work then, because there's so much surplus generated by the robots.
Robots pay taxes.
Yeah, you tax their activity. It's micro taxing. That's what but you would need a blockchain.
You are living in the future, my friend. I love it.
He says that like
in any way pessimistic.
So willy nilly. No big deal.
We'll be the animals. Like, we'll be the people. The robots visiting the zoo. We're just like sitting.
If there's more money, politicians are going to find a way to spend it before we do. It's what they freaking do.
For men in the United States, like job title is driver. This is not about the future. This is right this second. Like, I understand it's the greater good and it'll be cheaper, better for consumers, like the cost per mile. I'm all in. But I am worried about like the in between once everybody gets used to that. And that could be, I don't know, couldn't that be decades? That's what we're seeing in the software stocks right now. Like, you're not at all pessimistic that like we might need a pretty vicious economic down cycle to get to that other side, because a lot of people are going to get laid off all at once?
I think the U.S. is going to come out certainly as a winner, and China.
Okay.
So I think like every American today is going to benefit from the surplus generated by robots.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I give you an example. Like in 1935, before the advent of flash frozen, okay, 30% of Americans worked on a farm.
Right.
But and food, food spoilage on the supply chain meant you produced a lot of food, but like it spoiled, and so they were
It
frozen.
couldn't go far. It couldn't get that far.
And most grocery aisles were like fresh.
Yeah.
Within 20 years, flash frozen allowed food to go from 20% of the wallet to 5%, and it took farming employment from 30% to 5%. So if you were an economist in 1935 and said, in the next 20 years, 90% of all farming jobs are going to disappear because of this technology.
That would have sounded scary.
Yeah, people said like, oh, it's another depression. But instead it led to a boom.
There's a great Steinbeck novel, East of Eden.
Love that book.
And they're farmers. And then toward the end of the book, they get into flash frozen. And actually refrigerated train cars, I think, is a big like plot point there.
Yeah.
Because it takes place in that era that you're describing. Made me think of it.
Yeah, so that's like robots, because that's 25% of the entire
So you're not worried
workforce.
about these adjustments between now and then and people wandering around for 5 years before they feel the benefit of the surplus? Because right now, Tom, a lot of the benefit of all these things seems to be going to the top 50% of households. The bottom 50 don't have equity. And I feel like that's the same thing, but on steroids. But
Yeah.
maybe I'm too pessimistic about it.
I mean, social policy, has to change.
Okay.
Hopefully people become productive with their extra leisure time. I mean, maybe everybody will have leisure time.
But I don't think that's a good thing. I think people got to do something. What are you going to do? Watch Judge
I think
Judy all day?
people want to be needed.
Yeah, we don't want people watching TV, right? We want people to aspire to something.
Right. And so if the robots take that.
So like Elon said, and I'm not sure if he was like joking around the way that he said it, but he said like he predicts mass civil unrest followed by mass prosperity. It's like, all right, well, can you like ballpark the time frames of these things? Because maybe I'll go on vacation for a few years.
Yeah.
So like that's the thing that I think about, and obviously like there's a lot of paranoia always about technological displacement. That's not new, but this time it just feels like really visceral.
Yeah, and we're at a time when the country's really divided too, you
Right.
know. And but we're seeing some good things like organized religion is making a comeback, and like I think guys like Jimmy Donaldson that kind of push kindness and virtue, like
Beast.
that's a good
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, Mr. Beast, like that's what I'd rather see people push than divisiveness. But I'm a bit of an optimist in how this all shakes out.
Well, one thing we can all agree on: Grannies unite. What's going on with the granny shots? How we doing there?
Yeah.
Granny's good. Last year, Granny outperformed the broader market by
you.
I think 700 basis points.
Holy
Congrats,
shit.
man.
And this year, it's outperforming by 150.
What does the composition of that portfolio look like this year versus last year? Is it very
It's-
different or not really?
It is different. There is a tilt more towards industrial materials
Basic
Okay.
ones.
and some basic materials. Yeah, basic materials.
Okay.
Total assets of the three. There's not three.
Possible
Grannies. There's
negative
the original
catalyst for
Granny.
Snap. Business Insider is reporting Instagram is testing a Snapchat rival, SNAP.
We're a little late to this. It's already dropped 10 cents. And it's test. It's not, in stone. So
And then there's the small mid cap Granny called Granny J.
this
G-R-N-J.
ASTS is just chooching
What
here.
is that? That's small cap grannies?
Small mid cap, yeah.
Okay.
And
What,
that's
what are the
actu-
assets in the mothership, Granny?
Is 4.4 billion
Come
now
on.
in 1 year. Yeah.
It's crazy, dude.
And
Is that a,
There
did
it
you break
goes.
a record?
I
In
believe
year one.
I
No one's
believe
done that.
I believe to 3 billion it was the fastest for an independent equity, like
Just-
for a non-large house.
Last time you were on, I think you were at $1 billion, and we were like, "Come on, how?" Like in 3 months.
Yeah. So
You
the
doubted
total.
the power of the granny shot.
I
Yeah.
never doubt the Granny.
So the total of all three is like 4.8 now.
That's amazing. And what's the third one?
Granny
Los
I.
Grannies?
No, Granny I.
International Grannies?
No, that's coming.
Of course it is.
But the
I
Granny
told you
I's
about it.
income.
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. We're gonna give you a licensing fee.
I
for
gave you
that.
the whole suite. I laid
Yeah.
it out for you. I want equal weight grannies, and I want it right this minute.
Yeah.
All right.
What's
How
the
does
Granny?
S&P
income Granny.
500?
So it's
I don't know what that was. I know his Ethereum.
You know, it'd be great if
Prediction
we
was-
named them after the actual Golden Girls. Like, I'm just
That's-
spitballing here. I
That's
think
funny.
people would be into that.
Yeah.
So, all right, Tom. Well, we love your optimism, and we need it. We had Jeremy Grantham sitting in that seat last week, so we need a little pH balance.
Yeah, a
in
little
the
dose of
water.
a little.
You ever meet him?
I did a fireside chat with him once.
Okay. What are your impressions of him?
Well, he's very sage,
Yes.
very wise.
Yes.
He's really
Sage
into.
is what they say. What you're saying he's older. Yes.
Yeah, and he's
Okay.
really into like extractive things like forestry and fishing and owning land. I mean, that's wise,
Yeah.
right? Because those things have done well. But I didn't agree, and this was probably in 2012. I didn't agree with his dire equity outlook.
Yeah. Well, good call. One of the things that Grantham does not talk about, Michael and I were talking about it shortly after talking to him. He's probably given more money philanthropically to causes that he cares about than like anyone else the two of us have ever met.
Well, that's for sure.
He's
That's
like
great.
one of
Yeah.
like the one of the great philanthropists, and he's not like in the doc before the podcast, like, hey guys, bring up all my philanthropy. So we didn't get to it, and I actually feel like we should have. He's an amazing gentleman. So, and I'm glad to hear that you appreciated that as well. Where can we tell people to go if they want to subscribe to Fundstrat, learn more about the grannies? Like, what are the best URLs to send people to?
Okay. If they're interested in getting our research, which is
Well, further commentary
almost
from
daily
Business
videos
Insider.
and
His
notes,
Instagram has been testing a
it's
feature called Instance,
fsinsight.com,
which was
like
previously called
F
Shots
like
with some
Fundstrat.
users in its main app.
fsinsight.com. Okay, what else?
And if they want to learn about granny shots, the website is
Quality features let Instagram
grannyshots.com.
users quickly
Okay.
And
send
we explain the
disappearing photos
process.
to
We
their
have
direct
weekly
messaging
videos there
inbox.
explaining our holdings and how we own the stocks. It's a very transparent product, including we talk about weekly performance, good or bad.
Yeah.
And of course, if
exclusive
they're
report
interested
from
in learning
Business
about
Insider.
Bitmine, they can
Blah, 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 blah.
Awesome.
It's like shaking the screen. Come, come, come. All right, I'm calling it here. I got some brokers I need to sign up for and don't need to blast my personal information all over the interwebs. A few things else I got to do here. So hopefully tomorrow we'll dive into some of these brokers. Take a look at them. What is the largest difference in birth year from one president to the next? Like age? I have no idea. No idea. Anyway, who am I changing to? I don't know. I got to try a bunch out. I got 25 days to figure it out. Something like that. No, less than that. Shit. 18 days. Thank you, Nene, for the raid. We'll be back tomorrow. Good start to the week. February's being gentle to me. I don't want to dick it up. We're going to go raid OG Potato Puff. See you guys tomorrow.